Start first again today, Igor. Good morning, guys. How's it going? Nanda and Igor, welcome back.
Good morning.
Hello, my friends.
And to all our viewers, thanks for joining. So I checked the economic calendar. We don't really have too much happening today, except for crude oil inventories, which I obviously trade. But maybe Igor, do you want to start us off? Show us what you got there.
Yes, I want. And the good thing is that I just want to create a trade just in the beginning of this session.
Okay.
Perfect. So I will just share, and after that I will give a little bit more information about that. So I hope that you see me on the screen. Yes. So what I want to do right now is I want to sell British pound dollar. I just create the order, and I just, there is small glitch right now with a trade. I just wanted to create a trade, but again, there is a glitch here. So my goal was to create a sell order, a stop loss 1.336, and open target. I hope that I will fix this very soon, while I will try to change a different browser. Just I hope that this maybe can help here.
It happens from time to time. Maybe just refresh
a moment.
the browser.
Meanwhile, I just want to say that yes, sometimes I open a new browser and clear all cookies there, because some cookies I need here, and then I try and I make success then. So I will do that right away. I'm doing that.
Okay.
Sometimes it's working, sometimes not. But meanwhile, I just want to just give a little bit introduction to this trade, but later I will show the whole picture. Actually, we start whole yesterday day, so it's the whole day was the bullish setup for British pound dollar, and in that moment, when I try to trade, I realize, okay, British pound is bullish. I cannot trade. There's no setup. The relative sentiment trend line is broken. Everything is somehow on the bad format. So I didn't, and I couldn't create a trade. So I will just show you again a trading view platform. Just a moment. I will do that. Okay, this is the British pound dollar. And what's happened right now, I hope that you see me.
Yeah.
I will add one indicator. Actually, it's a RSI that I always use. And on the 30-minute chart, you can see that we broke the trend that we have from the last 2 days. I will just show that. Okay. Oh, I hate this. Okay, so this is something like that. So you can see this trend line is broken. So we started, as you know, we reached 1.33140 level, start to go up, and then whole yesterday, since the whole day, we just went bullish, and we broke even this trend line. And then what's happened, we reach this high here at 1.336 almost, and now we started to go down. I know that someone will tell, okay, but this is just a little pullback that can continue upside. But if we check the the US dollars index, we can see that this push, it's not by accident. We can see that this gap was filled. After that, we have a push. And one interesting thing, we are still above 100 level. This level was a really psychological and strong level. We're pushing up here. And if you check the euro dollar too, you can see the bullish push again here. I know that it looks like a bullish trend, but usually when we break the relative strength index in this way before the US Open, in my experience, usually that trend can last and we can reach maybe new low or something else. Of course, what I want to see today, this is most important thing, and this will be the trigger for my future decision and management of this trade. This trade is nothing. Maybe it's wrong. Maybe it's right. I know that. 50% of chances for this trade, for every single trade that we make. However, what is interesting here is that we have this level around 1.329. That level, we struggle whole euro session, especially in the morning. We struggle to push down, and we almost broke this level. But in one moment, in the second part of the UK Open, the price started to go so strong. I think we got more than 20 pips in just a couple minutes, and then almost pushed to this 336 level. So what I usually see when I have this kind of the setups, when we have this some kind of a bullish trend, slow burning trend, whole one day, another day, try to go down, reject, and then I see the long candles. I will just go to the 1 hour chart to see that. This is the two big hourly candles here. This is some kind of the capitulation. The price capitulate in just accelerate the speed to reach the very strong resistance. And then when I see that, if I see the breakout of the relative strength index on the 30-minute chart, usually by my statistics, some around the 66% of the time, these kind of trades going in the new direction. So this is only based of my experience and statistics. If we use only the basic technical analysis, this pullback, someone can tell this is the healthy pullback. However, I don't see that. I believe that this pullback is the starting of the new bearish trend for British pound dollar. If we just check the US dollar index, it holds. So I want to see the push to almost 101. And if we see that US dollar index break 101, then I'm 100% sure that this trade will continue to be bearish, British pound dollar and euro dollar too. So this is the what I'm looking right now. Even that this pullback is just look like corrective pullback because of this trend line, relative sending trend line breakout. I like to enter into the trade. So
Gotcha.
I will monitor this trade. Of course, if we hit the target, it's around the 40 pips from now. If we hit the target, I make this trade on multiple accounts, of course, with a very low risk, because this is not a setup, just because we still didn't break the bullish bearish invalidation point. Bullish bearish invalidation point for me is 1.329. Only if we break this point, then I can say that this sell trade is a setup and we'll go to see new lows. And someone can ask why I didn't wait to crush this support and start to go down. It's because the stop loss will be so far. Yeah. So right now is a 40 pips. if we put to go, 70 pips or something, it's not good. It's too dangerous to have that kind of the trade. Even if I want to call that trade a swing trade, put it 70 pips when you are not 100% sure where the market will go. It's a little bit tricky. So I know it's a hard trade. I know it's a little bit maybe rush because the US Open didn't finish. But nevertheless, I will just monitor my trade, and I will close it either if I see that the price cannot break the 1.329, either if I see that price reach the stop loss 1.336. So this is the trade for the British pound dollar. The similar thing is for euro dollar. However, euro dollar is a little bit slower right now. Very similar to British pound dollar. I'm watching the relative strength index for this currency pair too. And if we check, I don't have 2 or 3 spots. If I just connect these two dots, it looks like we broke, retest, and now we should go down. It looks like that. So, and the euro dollar and British dollar currencies, when I draw relative strength index trend line on the chart and start to make the plan for the trade, it looks very similar. However, I think that momentum for British pound dollar is stronger, and I enjoy to trade that. And we will see. So one thing that I want just for the end to tell related to the British pound dollar is that tomorrow we are waiting GDP for British pound dollar. Mm-hmm. And that said, it was 0.5%. Now we expect 0% GDP. So it's much worse than projected. Of course, there should not be something is so important because last month we got from the 0 to 0.5 and nothing happens. But this is the additional trigger, because in that case, if we have a weaker British dollar, stronger US dollar currency, that can maybe accelerate the move for the British pound dollar. So this is the whole picture for that, and I hope that that we will create some kind of the move here in any direction, because I know that a lot of trades are bullish for British pound dollar, and they pray for the bullish bias. Like I said, we cannot predict the market, but we need to expect risk-reward ratio. So do you have any questions or remarks, guys, about this trade?
No, all good from my side, Igor. Did you execute that trade already? Or is this something you did earlier today?
Yes, I execute just 2 minutes before this session
I got
my accounts. Okay. And I tried on one account, but I didn't succeed there. But awesome. Anyway, this is the little bit, like I said, not a setup. So this trade is a little bit questionary, but I will see. Okay. During this session, we will know much more.
Okay, cool. Good luck.
Nice.
Nandan, do you have anything happening there?
Yeah, let me share my screen real quick.
Yes.
Has it come up yet?
Not yet, no.
Okay. Huh, same problems as yesterday. All right, give me 1 second. Let me restart this program.
No worries.
There you go.
There we go. Should
okay.
Come up now.
Yeah. So today, well, actually, I'll start with the spreadsheet analysis first. So what I've been noticing in the markets, and actually before I start, guys, my voice is still shot, so I apologize. You're gonna have to deal with it for another day. But
All good.
you know, today what I've been seeing, at least these past couple days, is movements. You know, when they're starting to currencies when they're starting to form some sort of consistency in terms of strength or weakness, the very next day they're starting to reverse off their moves, the prior
Mm.
moves, and I think you know, yesterday we had a lot of Japanese yen weakness, and today we have a lot of Japanese yen strength on the intraday momentum side of things. But there's nothing in terms of trend on our side. So judging by the spreadsheet, you know, it's still a similar pictures yesterday. The Swissy is still showing some weakness on the daily time frames, but the dollar largely mixed. Swissy again, daily time frame is slight weakness bias to it. The euro pairs, there is a complete mixed momentum going on. We don't have any alignment for strength, nor do we have any alignment for weakness going on. Same thing with the Japanese yen. You know, yesterday we saw every single Japanese yen pair on, I believe, the daily and the 4 hour going up, which means there is Japanese yen weakness in the market. But that's pretty much come out completely now. And the pound, the daily, you know, it's still there is some strength coming in, but again, it's so little. I'd at least like to see 5 out of 7 of all these currencies going in the same direction before it becomes meaningful. And we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, so it's so minor. I don't really consider anything of it. The Aussie dollar is showing some strength on the daily time frames, but again, the 4 hour is still consolidating. You know, majority of the 4 hours. You know, if I go back to the top of the spreadsheet and I look at this 4 hour column, this tells me the market is largely chopped up on the 4 hour time frames. Now, the daily time frames can have some sort of consistency, which they really don't. But if they did have consistency and the 4 hours all going sideways, you know, more than half of the pairs are going no trend. So
Mm.
at that point, what I'm looking at is I have to look at the charts. You know, the spreadsheet can only tell you so much. So I did take a look at the charts, and it, you know, it wasn't really too interesting. Um, Not much going on with, you know, let's go to my price alert area. Not much going on with a lot of the currencies. A lot of sideways movements, but one pair that you know, it still looks potential. It still has a lot of potential. Is the pound Swiss? I talked about this pair yesterday, but it hasn't really made a major move yet. But I really do like this pair still for a potential trading plan. And you know, I'm just waiting for a breakout of these highs here at 1.1196, and then past there, I think we can make. You know, we have potential to come up to 1.143 or 1.144 around that area. So if you do get a chance to get into it, then I certainly think you know, you do have solid potential on this pair. But you know, the entire market right now, it's been moving a bit weird. So intraday movements that happen today probably won't continue tomorrow. They'll probably reverse off it tomorrow. That's just what I've been seeing, and that's just because we have no consistency on the 4 hour time frames. At least, you know, the dailies, I still think they need to develop. And um, you know, tomorrow we actually do have news coming out. What's today actually? Today's Wednesday. Yeah. So actually, in the Asian session today, we do have some Aussie dollar unemployment news coming out and some GDP news from the pound. I think that's early in the main session. It's 11 p.m. my time, Pacific time. And tomorrow, I think, is going to be your main day.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, we have a lot of US dollar news coming out. It's very powerful and impactful news. And we also have Powell speaking. So it's going to be some interesting remarks made with him, as always. And I really want to see. So, you know, my main objective for today is to look at the market, watch for any potential meaningful moves. And then tomorrow, my main objective is going to be to wake up and just sit in front of the computer at the time of this news. So for me, it's at 5:30 in the morning. I'll be in front of the computer at probably like 5:20, seeing what's going on in the market, and then see how the market reacts to the news. Because there's
Okay.
no consistency and longer trend support on the charts right now, at least I don't see anything. I think your best bet is to wait for the news to come out and see what potential opportunities and setups that you could not see today will present themselves after the news. You know, things can shake themselves out when you have powerful news drivers, and we have it stacked tomorrow. You know, the news calendar is stacked. So that's kind of my game plan for tomorrow. However, you know, one thing I did want to go over was yesterday, you know, I was talking about gold, and gold has been, it pretty much broke through that 3,200 area that I was talking about yesterday. If I would be interested in a sell uh, with gold if it broke 3,200. And, you know, we have a fresh D1 cross to the downside. And, you know, looking at the 4 hour, we made a pretty decent move today, you know, on the 15-minute time frame. I think this is about a 2% move we made. So a pretty sizable move on gold. You know, I think if you tried to get in right now, you're pretty late in this move, because anytime you enter a trade, there's always one question I ask myself, and it's, when did the movement start on the intraday and on the larger time frame? The larger time frame, I've already confirmed, you know, we're just at the beginning of this move. You know, on the daily time frame, we're fresh D1 downtrend, we were consolidating, and we broke out, clean breakout. Now we go to the 15-minute time frame because we have some consistency. And every single, I'll get into this, but I'll show you guys how to find the consistency in 1 second if you're new here. But regarding the intraday movements on gold, I think, you know, in the last 2 hours, it's when, you know, this 2% move happened. So I think you should have gotten in around somewhere here, you know, the second move pretty much. But if you did not, I think you're too late for this for this gold move to the downside. And you certainly can still trade it, you know, wait for the trend indicators to kind of point down again, or, you know, wait for a pullback to happen, and then you know, which is currently happening, and we're in a pullback. But this is a pretty sizable pullback as well. You know, it's 140 pips on a gold pair, so that's about, you know, it's almost a 50% move just for a pullback. So it definitely makes me a little bit skittish on that. So when you get into a sizable pullback and you don't have clear angle and separation, meaning it doesn't look like a U shape, then you get into a chopped up little unstable movements. They just look really weird, and you can really get killed here. So if you're not early into the move, you have to scale back your position size. I'm personally not going to enter into this because I just missed the move. So I'll probably be looking at this tomorrow. I woke up pretty late today, slept through my alarm, but
Well, you deserve it.
yeah, pretty sick. So one thing I did want to go over was, you know, how to find consistency. And I always talk about trying to find consistency in terms of strength versus weakness. And if anybody is new here, you know, I'm probably going to bore Richard and Igor, but because they probably heard
No.
this a million times. But what you want to do is you want to set up every single gold pair side by side. So I have XAU against the AUD, XAU against the USD, XAU against the Euro, XAU against the pound. And you can see I'm on the 5-minute chart for every single one of these pairs. They all look exactly the same. They move down at the same exact time, and they're starting to consolidate and pull back at the same exact time. I use that same simple formula for every single thing I trade, whether it be crypto, whether it be Forex, whether it be gold. It doesn't matter. I use the same thing, because you'll see when you have similar proxies on your side, you can kind of gauge what's going on with the entire market itself. When people trade XAU USD, they just think of it as gold. Well, you have to also think of it as the XAU against the US dollar as well. But XAU is an interesting instrument because when you have, the only time I'll ever trade gold is if gold is the one in control of the movements. You know, if gold was not in control of the movements and you just had a lot of US dollar strength, that makes me a little bit skittish because gold is too powerful. It needs to be the one to drive it. So it needs to be the one pushing down on every single one of these currency pairs. If XEU USD is the only one going down and the rest of these guys are moving up or in a different fashion, I'm not really interested in that. Just because gold can make some very significant moves, just it has a mind of its own. so I, you know, it can quickly override the Forex moves. But for Forex specifically, you know, if I take a look at the yen pairs, you know, the CAD yen specifically, this is the intraday momentum that I'm talking about. And if I, kind of hide to these pairs so it makes it easier to view. There you go. You can see that today's yen strength, all these pairs started moving at the same exact time, and they look very, very similar. The only difference is the cross currency strength or weakness. So whichever one has the cleanest looking chart and the smoothest looking move to the downside, the cross currency or the base currency, the pair against the yen, that pair probably showed some weakness to it. And and the Aussie dollar and the Canadian dollar certainly look like cleaner moves than the euro yen and the US dollar yen. Now, again, the main driver of this movement, because every single yen pair is moving down, it's going to be the yen. So we have consistency in terms of yen weakness, and they're actually still moving down. Now, I think I'm a little bit late to the movement. You're still trading off of consolidation, so you can certainly trade that. But despite having intraday momentum on your side, you do not have trend support on your side. These are just intraday movements. After, we're approaching the end of the main session, which for me is 2:30 a.m. Pacific time to 7:30 a.m. Pacific time. Once you start approaching the end of the main session, you'll start to see things slow down, and you'll start to see things either pull back or just become they become a dud. They just go sideways. They don't really do anything. And when I enter a trade, I like to get into profit immediately so I can move my stop loss to break even, just so I'm playing on the house's money. And when I'm at the end of the main session, I've found personally that's very rare for things to go in my favor very strongly, just because the momentum is pretty much ran itself out. The flame is pretty much about to go completely out at that point. So I think for sustainable entries, you got to be a lot earlier to the movement, and just judging by how much this pair has moved 70% already. So this is a 80 pip move on the CAD yen. So not only are we approaching that in the main session, we're also not at the beginning of this move. So again, when did the movement start? It started right here, and ideally you probably want it to enter on the second move down over here. You might have gotten stopped out if you got your stop to break even, but that's your job as a trader, is to try to get you're not going to get every single trade, but the methodology is the exact same of every single trade. Get your stop into profit, break even and slight couple pips of profit, and wait. So for these current pairs, if you did sell the yen pairs today, I'd just be waiting for I just wait for the end of the main session, or if they start to pull back heavily, then I just get out pretty much. But for now, I would have scaled out if you did get in earlier. I wouldn't be concerned about holding these long term, just because there's no larger time frame trend support. We got a lot of support and resistance issues, especially for a sell side. On the daily time frame, we're still slightly in an uptrend on the Aussie yen, and we're going nowhere on the CAD yen. So that's kind of the majority of that's kind of what majority of the forex market is doing. There's a lot of no trends going on, and the pairs that do have trends either have some support or resistance issues, or just they look really weird. And I think tomorrow's news drivers will certainly shake things up a bit. So
yeah, I hope so.
yeah, absolutely. If you got into gold, good job. I'd scale out, of these gold positions. If you were able to get in earlier, scale out half your position, move your stop to break even, and just wait. You can always do that, or you can always just completely exit. So it's up to you. Do you want to take all your money out now, or do you want to leave some potential for for gold to move down even further? But overall, solid move on gold today. It's actually happened in the last 2 hours, so that's pretty interesting. Pretty disheartened by that. Didn't get to trade it, but yeah, we're just too late to the move now, so to go in with a really aggressive entry. But yeah, if this pair continues to consolidate, I think you can give it a little bit more time. And another thing I wanted to talk about is actually the scaling out of profit. So if you were to get into a trade earlier in the main session, like you got in around here on gold, another thing you can do is the general rule of thumb is to scale out your profit around like 30 to 40 pips. With gold, you can definitely increase it to like 50 to 70 pips. You scale out half your lots when you're 50 to 70 pips in profit or 30 to 40 pips in profit, and then you move your stop to break even. But what you can also do is, especially if it's a new trend, you can certainly just leave it there. Why are you going to scale out your lots when you're in a really good, fresh new trend? Gold is something different though. Gold, I will say, you should scale out lots when the intraday momentum starts to die out. Kind of like right now. The intraday momentum has kind of started to die out. It's not moving completely down anymore. It's starting to pull back and it's kind of going sideways. So that's an indication, okay, it's time to scale out lots. If you want to keep holding it, you can scale out, but if you want to exit completely, you can also do that too. There's always another opportunity with gold, so don't be afraid to get out completely. That gold is beautiful when it comes to strong intraday movements. So we can have more movements in the Asian session. It's an absolute monster of intraday momentum. To capture pips. They come very easily with gold. So that's pretty much what I'm seeing right now. I'm gonna wait until the main session actually ends, and hopefully something develops. But yeah, with that yen strength today, I think that was your best bet in the forex market, and gold for today's. If you don't trade any of the forex market, I think gold was also a very good option for you today.
Yes, nice.
Awesome. All right. Let me just quickly show my charts here. Show you guys what I'm looking at. Oh, where's that screen gone now? Sorry, guys. I'm holding about 10 screens here at the moment. Not really, but adding. There, it should come on now. Here we go. Took a little while. We're seeing a bit of weakness here on, and it's not frozen. Just refresh that. I do apologize. Give me a second. All right. Quickly, here on the NASDAQ, we are seeing a slight bit of weakness. Price hasn't really done much since it hit these highs yesterday, around 21,271. During the pre-market, it tested it. 2 times actually broke slightly above it, and price just took out the latest, or the 7:30 a.m. high that we've seen, and now we're seeing a strong move lower. We also have these clusters of lows, which were high lows yesterday and during the pre-market. So it could be that the NASDAQ's heading for that. Trying to mess around with this very strong trend, which is obviously bullish. Trying to take shorts are always very short-lived. Not always, well, these days. But I would suggest or think that if price continues lower, that it's gunning for these clusters of lows, and that might provide me with that trading opportunity that I've been looking for, i.e. a sweep of those lows. If we do then get a reversal, switch to 1 minute time frame and see if I can get an entry that way. Alternatively, I'm also looking here at the breakout range strategy that I've shown you guys before. I don't know if you remember yesterday, we had that breakout out of the first 15-minute opening range, and price just shot up to the upside. Didn't get any nice little pullbacks. Unfortunately, market moved too fast. Now we're sitting with exactly the same thing. If we get the current candle, which there's about 2 minutes left on, closing below this area, I might take a short there. And then hopefully see if we can target those overnight session low, if you understand what I'm saying. Assuming that price might be heading towards that. Quickly here on crude oil. we were looking at this zone yesterday in crude oil, which were these lower highs that were set towards the end of April. And after we ended our session, price actually just pipped them, and we start seeing a decline lower again. In the near term, crude oil is in a bullish trend. Again, I'm just looking at smaller time frames here, guys. Obviously, in the much bigger picture, crude oil is in a downtrend. But with a strategy, obviously, I'm not really too worried about going long or short. Just playing things intraday here. During the pre-market, price made a low at 62.34. We had a high, or the current high, at 63.20. So price is almost in smack bang in the middle between today's current range, right? The low and the high. So if we can get a move upwards towards 63.20 followed by a reversal, then I'll be happy to take a short there. So yeah, I'm just currently trying to see whether it would make sense to try to get short here on the NASDAQ, potentially target that area. And I think that is maybe what I'm going to do here with the trade. We had it close below the opening range, first 15 minutes. So 1, 2, 3 candles. We actually had it over here. But yeah, that's the range actually. So this might be a potential short trade for me. I'm just going to go boom, get in with a market order and see what happens. I'm going to add a stop loss for the time being above that range. I just got to note the time for my notes that I'm making on the side. You just hang on 1 second, guys. Where's that gone? It's what, 35. And target would be the overnight lows, which are around 21,172. Not really the best risk-reward ratio, but if we do continue lower, let's say if price breaks the current candle's low, then I'll aggressively start moving at stop. So at the moment, it's only like a 1-to-1. But you have to understand that I'm willing to move that stop loss to reduce the risk on this trade as soon as possible. All right, so we're sitting with those lows over here. Let's add the take profit area, hoping for a break of that. Let's see if we can get a decline or continuation lower. Again, these days, if you do trade the indices with a strong bullish move to the upside, you've got to be rather aggressive. If you're taking shorts, trading stop, lock in profit. If you do get profitable, they're very short-lived, these little pullbacks. So just with that sort of frame of mind, price really needs to get going here to the downside. We do also have a little fair value gap right smack bang in the middle of that range. So if price maybe tests that and doesn't want to continue lower, then that might act as resistance as well. But again, if we see price break the current candles or previous candles low, year around 21,203, then I'm actually going to reduce the stop even more. Or tighten it, should I say, not reduce it. Again, a scalping type of mindset, and not like a set stop loss that I'm just going to leave there. As price moves in my direction, I want to aggressively start trailing it. It's typically what I do with this strategy. Very simplistic. You basically just take a trade in the direction of the breakout after the opening range, first 15 minutes. So from 9:30 a.m. Eastern till 9:45. Works great on the NASDAQ. Sometimes you get a flush out and we get an opposite reversal to the upside. But if price then breaks the top of the range, then quite often that would be the direction for us for the remainder of the day. Let's hope that doesn't happen here. But again, I'm not trading massive lots here or lots of lots, so just a quick type of scalping setup here. Hopefully it works out. All right. It does look like price might be moving towards the session lows here, current session lows. Well, let's see.
One of the viewers made a comment. James said, I think the Swiss is taking a beating today. Yeah, you know, James, pair the Swissy against the yen and see what's going on with that. And you'll probably be surprised. You know, look at the Swissy against every other Forex major, and then take a look at what the Swiss yen is doing and tell me which one is probably going down the best or has the cleanest chart on that intraday chart.
Ranjan and James, if you have any question for us, please, you can ask.
All right, so we got a little break of that previous low here. It's struggling a little bit. It does look currently like price wants to head towards these pre-market lows. Pretty much where I got my target. I'm just hopeful that we're not going to get this, then a decline, but fingers crossed.
Nice. James came back and said Swiss yen has the best move so far. Nice. You know, Richard, can I share my screen real quick? You know, as
please do, but I'll update you if I do anything anyway. Yes. So.
Yeah. Okay. So, just going over what I told James to do. So you go onto the 15-minute chart, and I have 7 of these Swissy pairs on my screen right now. I'll take away 2 so it's easier for you guys to see, or 3 of them so it's easier for you guys to see. The Swissy pairs, you know, you got, you know, the New Zealand Swiss is going completely sideways. The dollar Swiss is going up. On the 15-minute time frame, the CAD Swiss is going pretty much sideways. The Swiss yen is dropping like a rock. So I can tell the Swissy is not really the one driving the movement, just because we have a lot of inconsistency on the smaller time frames. The intraday momentum, meaning the smaller time frame movements, are all mixed. One's going up, one's going down, one's going sideways. So if the Swiss yen is the one that has a pretty sizable drop, you know, this is a 100 pip drop we've had so far. I go to the yen pairs, and I then take a look at what is every single yen pair doing on the 15-minute time frame, and I can see, wow, they look all look exactly the same. That indicates to me, okay, the yen is the one driving the movement, at least on the intraday time frames for today. Tomorrow it could be a completely different story, but for today and right now, the yen is what's driving the movement, and that's what you get. You know, the Swissy isn't completely weak; it's more so mixed. So this isn't a perfect example of strength versus weakness. It's more so neutral versus strength. And as you see, when you pair a neutral currency like the Swiss against a strong currency like the yen, you'll still get movement because the Swissy is so, it's neutral that it's being pushed by the yen strength. So that's the 2 scenarios I like to trade, is either strength versus weakness or strength versus neutral. Same thing with weakness, you know, weakness versus strength or weakness versus neutral. That's the best case scenario. That's the only way that currency will ever really have a more consistent move to the downside. And let me actually bring the Swiss yen back up. You know, take a look at this pair. So I'm in here for a quick scalp. I actually like this a lot. You know, looking at the weekly timeframes or the daily timeframes. Let's take a look at those. So the daily timeframes are pretty much going sideways, and the 4-hour has a fresh cross to the downside. So I actually really like this 4-hour chart. I certainly think we can have potential down to this 173.07 area, but the moves right now, again, they're pretty late. You know, I'm pretty late, so I have a pretty sizable stop. You know, it's a 40 pip stop on this pair. It's actually not that sizable, but my expectation for movements are not that, you know, they're not that extreme as they would be if I got an earlier in this move. I'm just in here for a quick scalp, probably like 10-15 pips, just because I've already missed the majority of the movement. So I'm not really in here for the long term. But you know, what you can do is you can put a price alert again. You know, price alerts help you out. If the price alert hits, yeah, okay, I'll get out at that point. But yeah, I really like this chart on the 4-hour time frame. So good job today, James, on identifying the Swiss yen.
Nice.
And you know, I certainly think this 4-hour chart has a lot of merit to it. I'm certainly going to be into it with a quick scalp on this trade. So see you on the other side, pretty much. But that's the basics of how I like to approach the markets. You know, the approaching the markets in that sort of manner, man, it's very powerful. And pair that with other things too. You know, support, resistance. How far are you into the trend, intraday momentum? Pairing all these things together give you a very powerful sense of good decisions to make. You know, you can make a really informed decision that way. So I'll update you guys if that scalp trade goes pretty good or not. But it's a scalp. I've missed the majority of the movement. Expectations are lowered. Stop is in place. We'll wait for 10-15 pips, and that's it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Nice. No. Igor, do you have something happening on your side?
Yeah. Yes. I just want to share something with you, with James and Ranjan, and anyone that watch this right now streaming. So last couple days, I started to do some experiments with AI. So what I did, I went to the one Chinese website called the Manus, like using the hands, you know. So that very similar to ChatGPT, but the good thing is you can go there and ask the AI to investigate any currency or any stock or any indices, whatever you want. And it works like that, going to hundreds and hundreds fresh news websites and analyze all text and make report for you. You know, so this is it's a free and you can do similar with the Chat GPT, but there is a lot of AI things today, and it's very good. However, you can do sometimes manually that. So what they want to share with you is US dollar is Japanese yen. I will just show the screen right now, and I will just connect with the previous thing that I started to talk about. So first, as you can see here, I created a little bit indicator. Actually, I edited one indicator that I found for free and at TradingView. There are a lot of indicators. Usually in the name, they have retest. So it's a retest indicators that watch the support and resistance that you visit again. And you calculate will you pass or not. And the thing that I change here is I put the volumes, like I watch the volume profile for that resistance and that support. And the color is red if you are, for example, you cannot, it's a resistance and you cannot pass that resistance, it's a red. If right now price just start and go above this box, red box, that box will become the green, you know. So previous resistance becomes support and vice versa. So it's a simple, nothing special. But the good thing is I'm using it usually on futures because I have the real volumes, and then sometimes I can watch interesting stuff. So based on the technical analysis for US dollar, Japanese yen, there is one resistance area. That resistance area is around 148 to around 150. And if you just watch here, we visited several times, as you can see. Even the 2 times we created the false breakout. One false breakout, another false breakout. We went down, went up, and now there's no false breakout. So I wait this day to finish. And if this day finished, I plan to go short US dollar, Japanese yen. And it will be very good hedge my hedge position with all others when I'm short for like euro dollar, British pound dollar. And now I will just tell you why I'm talking about this, because using this AI, I got some fundamentals related to the Japanese yen. It's in a very good fashion there. And it was very, a lot of things I've read there. But I figure out that the CGP index has a record high for the Japanese yen. Then we have the rising raw material and labor cost in Japan. And every single month, if we compare that, I didn't see that in the first place, but this AI opened eyes a little bit for me. We can see rising raw material and labor cost, and we can see in the same time on a lot of reports in the last several months, we can see steadily increase in inflation. And the good thing is, Japanese yen government, they decided to start to increase interest rate, and they plan to do slowly. But they, decades and decades, they reduce and be very, very low. And now they're starting to increase, while whole world starting to decrease interest rate, which means that Japanese yen should be stronger on fundamental way in next months. For sure, they plan to increase in September. But if this inflation increase start to be bigger and bigger, they will need to do earlier than planned. And I see that strong domestic inflation and potential rate hikes could support the yen. And fundamentally, yen can be stronger in next weeks and next months. And now, when I saw this resistance, former support, now resistance is you can see 2 months, whole March, whole April, and whole May. So very, very strong resistance. So now it's look very, very interesting for me to create a trade that maybe I can be ready to hold maybe several weeks, not several days. And I prepare for that, and I just wait to see what will happen after this day, and will we have the bearish candle like we have right now, and I will continue to monitor that. On other side, what I want to tell you is using the similar indicators or this indicator. Sometimes we can get a lot of information based on this. This is like you watch volume profile. Only instead to watch the volume profile on the special chart beside on the graph, you see support and resistance and the volume in there. So visually sometimes can be very, very good. And what I want to tell you, the biggest, how to explain, I think the best picture that you can get is on 5-minute chart. And I know it's a little bit stupid, because 5-minute chart is usually very low time frame, but because of these boxes and the resistance support levels during the day, you can have 2-3 of them. You cannot have more than that. The whole day on 5-minute chart, you can analyze them. So look this picture. So I took a 5-minute chart, and I took British pound dollar future, and what I'm looking right now is the complete session starting from the 2 days ago, actually, because 2 days ago we went sharply to 1.34. We have some kind of support. We started to go up. We saw the resistance there. We start to go down, sideways, etc. And then around level 1.3215, we started to struggle, and we struggled whole European session. Then we got the news, and that news was related to the US dollar. And after that, after the bad news for the US dollar, actually that news was not so bad, but it just market pushed the price and used that news to get higher prices, and we started to go up. And the whole 24 hours we went up. And I want to show what's happened today. Today it's very interesting thing. So if we go there and watch, you can see that we got the resistance here at 1.332 level. I watched that level, and several times in the last 2 weeks, this level was really either support, either resistance. Then we oscillate there. We tried to do something there, but in the early morning, we started to go down. And during the European session, during the UK session, the Frankfurt Open, we played here on the support. And what I missed, and this is the good thing, this indicator plots volume, but plots when the candle has a bullish volume and start to touch support and reject that support. And you can see with this like a delta E's green how to call icons that you can see right now on the chart. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and we get another 2 here, and whole morning was like that. So this was the very strong support at 1.329. And like I said, during the UK Open, we made the break. So you can see this chart. We made the break. There was a volume there. That volume was red. It was red. But in the moment when this candle closed above that, it started to be a green, because the former resistance is now support. And then we went to the high, and high was 1.336. Now what's happened? This was the highest high of this day. And we started to go down. We broke this former small resistance. And now, as you can see, we are going to go down. We want to test the ultimate support of this day. Right now, I'm 10 pips in profit on several of my accounts, and I'm just watching what will happen. What I want to see is that touch this support here, and this support I want to become the red one, and I want to break this support and start to go just down, and then to retest the 1.3. The next support will be 1.3215. It was the yesterday strong resistance for whole Euro session, and that in that way we can play, and we can analyze the market. I think I will try to use in future more this visual representation. Actually, everything is the same. The levels are the levels that I watch, but this visual representation is much better for traders when they see exactly red, green boxes, and it's a really, I think, remarkable. I had a couple of that indicators. All of them are free. The developers, I think, the Lux Algo and Alpha, and a lot of them. It's a well-known indicators for free. You can use that all the time. However, what I did, I tweak this indicator for myself. So I called it Igor volume. It's because I like sometimes to change some things on indicators that I don't like. and it's a small way how we calculate the value. Only that, but it's internal thing, so nothing special to other people. So this is my just focus right now, to analyze the market based on this previous support and previous resistance, because I think that previous support and previous resistance is the most important thing in trading when you trade intraday or swing trades, because if you figure out and understand how markets work, usually we have right bias, and with the right bias you will be for sure the profitable trader. Yes, James said, could you type the name of the AI and the indicators so I could find them? Thank you. So let me start from the indicator. It's a free one. I will just type just to see. I always type the developer. I think it's chart prime. So the developer is a chart prime, and you have a lot of indicators here. The one that I use is, I will just tell you right away, that is one of them is retest support resistance signals. It's just the similar thing, and I will just see one more. I think it has a box. Yes. So the indicator that you watch right now, which I modified for myself, calls support and resistance high volume boxes. So support and resistance high volume boxes. And about the AI, it's like a ChatGPT, but the AI called Manus.am. So it's very famous. Just type Manus. It's an AI agent. However, because you have some credit there, when you spend that credit, you can do the similar thing with ChatGPT. It's not difficult. Just tell ChatGPT that you use data for the last month, for example, and it will create some kind of report. And you will realize, even you watch the news every single day and watch the reports and everything, sometimes you will miss something. You will miss for sure, and you will not see that, and that can be very, very important. And like I see for Japanese yen, this is not by accident. This trend of increased inflation is something that really push the yen and the whole government, because I think that they realized that their stupidity. The whole world increase and decrease the interest rate, and they don't want to be like the rest of the world, and it's not good. I know that George Soros, a couple times destroyed the British pound and Japanese yen in 2011 just because of that. So when you do that intervention, or you just try to do the opposite thing, what whole world is doing, it can be costly. So believe me, for example, I live in Serbia, and we have the bank, and our bank just watch what European Union is doing. If they decide to decrease or increase interest rate, believe me, in 7 days, my government will do the same thing. Exactly the same thing. So they just copy, and they do that last 20 years, and we don't have problems, because when whole market, the US, the European Union, the whole market is doing the same thing, and you're doing the same thing, there will not be the winner or loser, because we're together in that process. But when someone start to be smart and doing something else, I think that can be costly, especially when there are speculators like we or George Soros or someone else. So I think it's very, very important to do that. And while I'm talking, British pound dollar is kicking. So look this, we're really, really close to the this morning support. Look
nice.
how how that is going. Just because.
Igor, are you trying to hold it for extended period of time or just towards the
Yes,
those
if
lows?
I see that we break this support, if we break this support, I will move a little bit my stop loss, not to break even, maybe small profit, maybe to this level right now or something like that, and I will just put that currency to go in the direction down, because this I think that this is not by mistake. US dollar index, for example, if we go to 1 hour, this is the 3 hours. We are okay. This can go down. This is not sure, but I think when we break the relative strength index like this, I will just show on 30-minute chart. When you break a relative strength index trend line and you go so low below this, now we are bearish. On the intraday level, we are bearish. I just need to check because of the Jannie. He always check this. Yes, on the 4-hour chart, of course, we cannot tell yet because we need a couple hours more here. But this is really, really strong push. 60 pips in couple hours is a big move. We cannot say it's a small move. And right now, I see still the bearish trend line. If I go from here, we can see this is the move, bearish move. We got the breakout, but now we are again below the relative strength index trend line. So this can be really interesting. This is the strong push, and I still see the bearish bias, even that we last 2 days were so high and pushed the market upside. I think that it's just a moment. However, if I see today for British pound dollar that we cannot break this level 1.329 and we are above 1.33 and we are sideways, I can be in profit, I can be in small loss, something like that. I will close my trade because I will not feel comfortable to wait the Asia session. I want to see to break support. Now we broke 1.33 level, and we are continue to the support. So this is really interesting from my side. Yes, we will see.
No. Nice.
We will see what will happen here. So I just want to tell people that if you use these indicators, understand they will repaint in some way. Why? Because they need the new low. When your price start to go down and down and down, and there's no previous low, they will starting sometimes to repaint to figure out where will be the next low on some time frames. In that case, if you have the lowest low or something like that, always go to the larger time frames like 1 hour, 4 hour, when you want to retest the previous support or previous resistance. And on 5-minute chart, only tested support and resistance watch. And this is the most important thing. So for example, this support here is tested because, as you can see, we got the same low during the Euro session. And we are really close.
Very nice. Good call there.
Really,
all right.
Great push. Yes. We are on support already. So this is really fast.
Good stuff. Right. Igor, do you mind if I just quickly give you an update?
Of course, my friend. I will just stop my screen.
It's been a long wait. You see this pink box on the top here is actually a 5-minute, that fair value gap that was in the middle of that opening range. So we had an initial push lower, lots of weeks to the downside. So currently there is a bit of a battle between the buyers and sellers here. Price pulled nicely into the middle of that fair value gap. I guess this could also be an area if you want to be really conservative to try and get into a trade rather than when price breaks out of the range. But since then, price has just been fluctuating sideways. If you go to a smaller time frame, the only type of explanation I have here that could potentially explain what we're seeing here, I still expect some more downside. We're just obviously sitting here during a very frustrating sideways movement. It does look like this initial push lower happened in 5 waves. Then we either had a zigzag to the upside into that fair value gap on the 5-minute, again that pink zone, and another attempt lower. So maybe this is the first leg lower with a bit of a correction, and then hopefully we get going again. Or otherwise, I'm completely wrong about this, and I'll take a loss. But as I mentioned, I am taking a very small position on this, or I have taken a small position on this. Just got to be patient. I think Nandan and Igor, you both all said before, and I do 100% agree that the best trades are often the the hardest ones to sit through, right?
Yeah.
They don't always just immediately go in your direction. You get out too soon, and then it goes in that direction, and when you kick yourself. So again, I mean, it's not a really big swing trade, more of a intraday day trading trade. Hopefully, I wish the momentum was a bit more on my side, but I'm comfortable to hold that again on that account size. Very, very small trade I'm taking from a risk perspective. So let's see what happens. How's your trade going, Nandan?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, my trade is pretty much a dud. I got at a break even. Man, yeah, let me share my chart to see what show you guys what has happened. Can you guys see my screen?
Let me just see quickly. I'm not seeing your screen.
Okay, let me try this one more time. How about now?
I'm not seeing anything pop up.
I don't see.
Nandan.
Okay, third time's a charm. How about now?
Something's happening. There we go. Should come up now. Yeah.
Nice. Okay, yeah. So I entered in right here. Pretty much, this is where I sold it. It pretty much went up. It went down about I don't know, like 5 pips. Got my stop to break even, and then we got stopped out. So it was like
Yes.
less than 30 minutes. So nothing you can really do here.
Yeah, this is it.
Nothing you can really do here other than say, okay, Roger that, and move on, man. If you got into it earlier though, I really do like this chart on the 4 hour time frames. I'd be looking at how the 1 hour it's pulling back pretty hard right now, so I definitely scale out some lots. But yeah, certainly if you got in earlier, you could definitely hold it, scale out lots, leave the rest of your lots to break even, and see if it will continue down. But it did kind of pull back at this 174.25 area, so it will be interesting to see if it retests that and pushes lower, or if it just completely fails off here. But that's the only thing you can do now, is just wait. Get your stops to break even, scale out, and wait. That's pretty much it. For me, obviously, I missed the move, so I just wanted to enter in with a quick scalp. I tried it and with break even trade. So
Well, at least not a loss.
yeah, at least no loss, right? So
No.
that
Guys, we've got a
was all my
question
trade.
here from James. Is there any advice you can give me as to how I can keep my wins? I keep giving everything back to the market since I started trading, and I have paid the market more than it deserves. Sounds very familiar, right?
Yes.
Guys? I mean, you guys can give your take on that. From my side, to try to answer that question is, I think, very important. Obviously, you can talk about psychology and all that sort of stuff. It is very important. Risk management, it is very important. But trying to find a strategy, firstly, that's got a positive expectancy that you trust, is extremely important. And sticking to those rules and not breaking them of your strategy. I also find that, let's say it's an intraday trading strategy. One day you decide not to get into trade because you don't feel like it is going to work out. That's already an emotional override rather than trusting the strategy. And then that day it runs 100 pips in your favor. The next day it's like, damn, I should have taken it, but you didn't. Now you take a trade, that one doesn't work out. So you give any profit sort of back. You need to trust and without any fear execute whenever your rules set up. At least is how I feel about things, and take those trades. It's difficult telling people, yes, you need a strategy that's got a positive expectancy, but I do find that traders tend to jump too much between strategies rather than sticking with something for a long period of time, testing it properly, gaining that trust in that strategy. And if you keep on jumping from one thing to the next, thinking there's always going to be some holy grail somewhere else, then you're going to make a little bit of money here and give everything back again. Make a little bit of money, give everything back again. And it's just like a vicious cycle that keeps on repeating. And also, James, how long have you been trading for? Have you been trading for a year, 2 years? I generally find if you find someone that's been trading, I don't know, for more than 4 or 5 years, they're probably a bit more, experienced and, potentially maybe break even or a bit more, hopefully more profitable than someone that's, that's still around is what I want to say. If you've been around for a while, then that's generally a good sign. But it is all about experience. I think we talked about this before. The more experience you get, the better you get at reading price action. You get a better gut feel as well. Maybe I'm getting off the topic here and now. So, but James, a year is a very short period of time. James just replied. There are traders that could probably be profitable in a year's time. I don't know how you guys feel about that. How long have you been trading? But me personally, I'm a very hard-headed person. I don't easily give up, which has probably not served me really well. I also lost a lot of money in the beginning. But, stuck with it, keep going, and maybe do not risk as much so it actually hurts you emotionally, especially not financially. Until you get to that stage where you trust the strategy, you trust your ability, and you can actually, start seeing some consistency in your trading is what I'm trying to say. And that takes time, unfortunately. It does take time. I've been trading now for, I think this year going 16 years now already. Not full time or really, I just started dabbling in trading 16 years ago. Only really start taking it seriously in 2012. So it's a good few years under the belt. Lots of screen time. But yeah, I mean, that's all I can really throw at that question. Nandan, Igor, do you have something to add there?
Please, Nandan.
Yeah. I mean, I'd say have a strategy that works, understand when it works. The market's obviously constantly evolving. So there's choppy markets. For me, my system works best in trending markets. It does not work well in choppy markets. So when the choppy markets arrive, I have to scale back and I'm just sitting on my hands until the opportunities present themselves. So alongside knowing when your system works and what conditions it works in, because the market goes through different phases, trending to consolidating to choppy back to trending or ranging. Sometimes the ranges can be really wide and really short. You have to know when and why you're trading something. In addition to that, you have to have your own rules set in place. One actually big tip is don't trade in the Asian session if you're new. A year of trading, you can certainly trade in there, but it's going with a scaled back position. I can't tell you how much money I've lost in the Asian session, especially when I started trading. So it's the Asian session is much different than the main trading session. Again, the main trading session for me personally, because I trade, at Forex and all that stuff, is going to be from 2:30 in the morning Pacific time to 7:30 in the morning Pacific time. After that, I'm really just enjoying the rest of my day. If any moves do happen before or after that time, I don't really care. There's always, the most sustainable movements happen in that period of time. So put the odds in your favor. Other than that, scale back when it's warranted, and know when your system works, and demo trade it. You should be profitable before you move into real funds, um, because what you're working on is not to trade $1,000 accounts and make 10, 50 bucks. You're trying to get your system down, meaning your methods down, your standard operating procedures down. Once you get those operating procedures down, it doesn't matter if you're trading $100 account, $1,000 account, $1,000,000 account. The procedures are the exact same. So all you're doing is just adding zeros at that point. That's all it is. But before that, stay on your demo and make sure you can get into profit and get your standard operating procedures down. It has to be locked in completely. There has to be no sense of doubt when you move into real funds. Sure, you can have a little, tiny amount of butterflies in your stomach because you're risking real money for the first time, but quickly you'll find that because you understand what you're doing on the demo account, it doesn't really matter moving into real funds. At least from personal experience, it doesn't. The system is the exact same. I could be trading $1,000,000 account or $100 account. Well, the system is the exact same. It doesn't change. The rules sets are the exact same. So once you start focusing on your system and your exact entry exit procedures and how you do your analysis, it doesn't really matter the account size you're trading because everything's the same.
100%. And try to avoid overtrading as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's all difficult. I mean, this is all sound advice, but it's almost like the hard knocks of school, right? You need to probably go through them and experience them and learn from that. I also find that journaling is very important, especially in the beginning. Take screenshots of the trades you've done. And ask yourself the question afterwards, did you follow the rules? Was it profitable? Was it not? And maybe note down, what was my emotional state? Was I angry? Did I just have a fight with my wife? Am I a bit sick, not feeling that well? Am I very overly confident? Write those things down so that you journal your journey properly. Rather not just look at what your trading platform says, like P&L wise and all the trades that you've taken. I think that discipline that you install in yourself to journal everything that you do properly. It's like dealing with trading as a business rather than a casino, or just like, I need a little bit of money, I'm just going to the ATM quickly and execute a few trades. It's the wrong mindset.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yes, of course. So I would just add that you guys said everything that I had problems in the past. So everyone has a problem with trading. And I spoke with some people and guys that start to trade in the companies, not like me as a retail trader. And they blew up their accounts in the first year. So I was talking with a guy with a very famous company. In the first year, he blew a couple times account. Almost he was fired there. So this is something normal, because in the beginning we made mistakes, and this is why big hedge funds and everybody, they give you a lot of credit, sometimes 2 years to learn trading. No one can learn trading in the first year or something like that. It's emotional, psychological. Everything is tough, especially discipline. But the catch, when I analyzed my accounts, I have one account which I still have 18 years, believe it or not. So I have one account. I use that account to trade with micro lots. I just keep that account so I can have the history of my trading for forever.
Wow.
Just to always remember why I was losing in the first years. And when I analyze that account, I figure out one thing. I didn't lose money because I was poor in judgment or in a bias or whatever it can be. The problem was that I was risking too much after winning trades. So I made a profit, and I feel, wow, I'm the man. I'm the best. Yes, I'm happy. I will add now twice more. So this was the problem that I had in the past. So in the moment when you make a profit, and when you can reduce the next trade and just feel comfortable, trade very, very small risk, 0.5%, 0.4%, 0.25% if you want, and relax. This is the way how you can become a profitable trader. And I know that a lot of people will reject this because they know if I risk, 0.25%, I will never make money. But do not hurry. Just make consistent profit with small, and then little bit by little bit increase that money. So I think this is the something that I would tell myself in the past that I can. So this is advice for me from the 15 years ago. And just for the Andre Berti, Igor, British pound dollar. So maybe you watched that during the session. I made a trade. I made a sell trade just about 1.4320 something. And after that, I'm more than 25 pips in profit. I will just very, very, very in short time, because we are ending very soon, just to show the chart. What's happened right now is we are on support. Support is around 1.329 level. But as you can see on this chart that I'm using visually very good, I think the best visual indicator that I found on the trading view, the volume is green. So what means we didn't break the support yet. We will break, but not yet. Maybe we need to have some reaction because it was the whole session support. And maybe we can go here to retest this, or maybe we can just close above this support area. So whatever, if we just close below this area, I think that price will accelerate down, and today we will have the new lows for British pound dollar. So this is my point of view today, but my bias is currently bearish. If we stay below this trend line that I wrote on the chart, even if we start to push a little bit higher, I will still wait to see what will happen, because I think that that US dollar index is pushing higher, and which is good. Recover from the yesterday loss, and maybe this is the reason why we are going in this direction. And as you can see, the euro dollar too, we are started to go down. But like I said to Richard and Nandan, the reason why enter into this trade was that on the euro dollar and on the British pound dollar, the relative strength index trend line was broken. So it was the bullish, it's broken now. And for me, usually it's a signal intraday level to enter into trade. So I hope that this trend will continue. And I hope, guys, that you will have a profitable day today.
Awesome. Cool, Igor. Thank you. I'm just going to quickly provide an update on my trade, which I'm still in, by the way. So very choppy. And we've very nearly reached the end of our session here. So I will hold on to this trade a little bit longer. And I'll be back tomorrow morning again for the morning session. How about you guys? And then I'll provide you with an update on how this trade went.
Of course.
But I'm still pretty confident that price might move lower a little bit now, not turn into a bearish trend, but intraday wise, potentially just, going towards these overnight session or pre-market lows. All right.
Nice.
Nice. Very nice.
Yeah, I believe I'm on Friday. Unless I die.
On Friday again.
Yeah.
Okay. And you, Igor?
I will I will see. I don't know the answer.
You'll
right
see.
now.
All right. Well, guys, we've reached the end of the session. Thanks so much for all your input, as well as our viewers. Those great questions that came in there. Hopefully, we managed to help you a little bit out there. Yeah, thanks for watching. Please stay tuned for the next round of coaches that will be on next. And from our side, yeah, have a fantastic rest of your day. Cheers, guys.
All right, guys.
Great day, guys. Great day.
Cheers, Nandan. Bye-bye.
Hey, Howard. Good to see you.
Hey, how you doing, Jannie?
I'm great. I wasn't sure I was on. I'm very well, thank you. How's it going, Paul and Howard?
Not too bad, not too bad. Cannot complain.
Yeah, there's no point.
No.
What are
Where does it get you? You know.
Yeah, exactly. How about you, Paul? Did you have an eventful day in the markets?
I was going to say, I actually find that venting actually gives me satisfaction, but that's just another point. But I'm fine. It's all good. Thanks. Just trying to figure out what Bitcoin's going to do next. That's all.
There was a series called Grumpy Old Men. Remember that?
Yeah, wasn't it?
Rings the bell.
Well, I'll tell you what. The markets have been the pound US dollar. We'll definitely look at the pound US dollar in a minute. I didn't trade it yet today because of I think, Paul, you'll know why. But I'll just go through everything again. And then the NASDAQ, let me just quickly share my screen so you can see exactly what I'm talking about.
It's been on a roll.
Well, yeah, but today it really struggled. So let me just show you the 15-minute time frame so you can get an idea of this is when the market opened. Oh, sorry, this is when the market opened. You can just see we're getting a lot of like choppy action. It's not finding direction. So we're still clearly in this consolidation phase before potentially another breakout to the upside. But also not something I was interested in today. And on the 4-hour, sorry, let me show you the daily. Yeah, you see, we had that gap. When was this gap? Was this? Yeah, it was Monday, right? Monday morning.
Yeah, after the news stuff at the weekend.
Yeah, so it just gapped through this resistance area, and now she's pushing higher. And today is, well, it's still early. The NASDAQ is like is very different to Forex, where the NASDAQ can still move and move quite significantly in the last 4 hours of the New York session, where Forex is, no, that's not the case. Yeah. It's really slowing down during that time. So, but anyway, we'll see how this particular candle ends. Are we going to hold this consolidation, or are we going to break lower? So we will see what happens there. But I see in terms of the tariffs, there's a 90-day pause on those massive. What was the tariffs on the Chinese goods? Was it like some of the items went up to 245% or something?
I honestly struggled to keep track, but it's over 100 for sure.
Yeah. So, well, some of the items went up to 245, but now there's like a 10% on Chinese goods and 30% on US goods going out to China. So, but that's again just a 90-day pause or whatever. So it's still kind of we don't know what to expect.
Gives you a trading window, I suppose, to be long for a bit.
Yeah.
When am I supposed to get out, though? When am I supposed to get out? Well, you've got 2 days until everything goes odd again. So, yeah, sure.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like it's very nerve-wracking, to be honest with you, I think, especially if you trade the NASDAQ over the longer term. You kind of have to trade shorter term, even if it's swing trading. It needs to be for a few days. You can't leave it open, like invest type of trading, if that makes any sense. Because one tweet can just wipe your profits away.
Indeed.
So, all right. So let's have a look at the pound US dollar. All right. Now, I'll tell you where I'm with this, Howard, because we haven't seen each other for some time. But this diagonal line, just full disclosure, I only just drew this line before the session started. I didn't trade it, or I didn't even look at that until 10 minutes before the session started. Because as I said, that wasn't.
Yeah, interesting how it stopped there.
Yeah, but I'll show you the diagonal line I had before that, and that was this downtrend here, right? This diagonal line here, right? So the entry was actually over there, okay? And then obviously, as you know, on Monday morning, we just gapped lower. So even if you didn't take the trade on Friday, you can just wait for this gap to get filled, and that would have been a nice entry. So I caught this drop, and then it came to retest it. Now this is pretty significant support level. Let me just show you. Remember this level here? All right, so it bounced, and I saw that as a pretty weak support area. But it broke out, and then on the 1 hour time frame, like it was just textbook stuff. It was rejecting, it came there, it struggled there, it rejected. I actually got into another trade there. So that was really nice, and it looked pretty good. But then we had this pullback, and on the 4 hour time frame, we actually closed above that resistance area, and this is where I just got out of the trade.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, well, I was hoping to get some rejection off here, but yesterday in the session, we just pierced straight through, and the next candle just kept on continuing higher, and that's where I decided not to do anything today, right? Because I wasn't sure, because we're now back in this head and shoulders formation, and there's a few other things as well, right? For example, let me just open the. This is the pound US dollar on the monthly time frame. So we made that lower wick, right? We made that lower wick, and we're now starting to push back up higher now, level here, which is a bit ambitious. I understand that. There's 2 weeks left before the end of the month. So if this candle forms like a very much, if it closes something like this, then it is likely for this to go lower. But there's 2 weeks left, and tomorrow we've got GDP on the British pound, so that could kind of change the picture. This over here, that could be the higher low.
Yeah,
that could be the higher low. So right now, I think this could come down lower. But I don't know, and for now, I don't think this low is going to break, because if this low breaks and we make a new low, then that's almost like a change of a trend.
Yeah, it looks like a failed head and shoulders breakdown.
Yeah. There's no. I mean, the head and shoulders did. I mean, it did give you something. I at least I got something at least.
Yeah.
But it didn't play out as I expected. But having said that. My longer term view on the pound US dollar was always bullish. I was just, hoping for a really nice deep pullback to make that higher low. But now, based on what I can see here, that does look like that is the higher low, and we may not get these levels. Okay, but where we are right now, obviously, I showed you this diagonal line, and we're bouncing off it. For me, we need to break this diagonal line.
Yeah.
Right.
It looks quite. Yeah, the fact it's rejected from there looks like it might be a bit of a cap for maybe a day or two.
Yeah. So I think before I'm like full on bullish, I'm going to have to see that broken. Okay. And even better if this second shoulder, this right hand shoulder, if that's broken, this entire structure is void.
It's gone. Yeah.
Yeah. Then that's gone. So then we can expect that upside move. But where we are right now, I don't think it's a good idea for me personally, I think, because it's like right at a point where, it can definitely retrace. And also, well, it's at a kind of support level right now. It could just bounce back up. So it's for me right now pretty difficult to stack probabilities in favor of what in one direction right now. But what I can say is I mean, there are too many things stacking up, and that is the higher low. What was the other thing? No, the lower wick, and also on the weekly time frame. If you look at, let me just show this again. If you look at the weekly time frame,
lower shadow.
Yeah, we have a huge lower. Where is it there?
Yeah, I like those. I like those lower shadows against the trend.
Yeah. So it definitely. Okay, so this is now. So we'll see what happens tomorrow, right? With that news event, I think that's going to be pretty important because
we're not done for the week yet, are we? So.
Yeah, exactly. So if the news event pushes this lower, then, well, we'll just we'll see if we get that level or not. But this could very well push higher. For me, I would like to see a bullish close on the weekly, right? So if we can close like a really strong bullish candle, then that would be great. If it's bearish, then if it forms something along these lines, I would probably trade it into this lower shadow, to be honest with you, because you've got all these upper wicks here. Look at these number. It's like 4 weeks now of these upper wicks coming off that resistance area.
Yeah, I mean,
but
I guess to be fair, on the last consolidation, we had a similar kind of thing where we had the upper shadows and the big upper shadow, and then we saw the breakdown, which was like a 1 week reversal kind of thing.
Yeah,
going back a few weeks, obviously.
Well, if you look at this area here, right? Look at this area here. This is also at a. Let me just draw this line here. Where's just the normal? Oh, there we go. See that this area here. So you had this the break, and then you got those 2 weeks, and then you had this strong drop, very similar to what we're getting right now.
Yeah.
Right there, and then you pushed all the way back up, and you closed bullish for the week, and then the next week, huge move up. So I think if we can close bullish, then next week this is going to take off. Yeah.
I'm with you on that.
So that's how I see that. But yeah, so that's the pound US dollar. Yeah. All right. And what was the other one? Oh
Bitcoin?
Yeah, gold.
Oh, gold.
Gold.
We're back down to the last time we were on together. You were looking at pulling back to that previous high.
Yeah.
So here we are today, looking at it.
Yes, yeah. I think you caught this beautiful move, yeah, right?
Yeah, I got a good bounce, but obviously didn't make a new high. But it wasn't too bad.
Yeah, so I'm just thinking, like, because this is quite a nice steep angle. I'm not sure if we're going to make new highs, but definitely once we can get to this level, I'll start to look for some sort of pattern or really strong engulfing candle or something of that sort, maybe a double bottom.
Yeah.
Then that would be. So if you look at where you took that last trade, this one, yeah, see something like this.
Yeah.
You see, you come into that zone. You break out, and then it's almost like a double bottom coming out of the zone that you were interested in. Yeah. So I want to see something like this. Once
I guess you'll get people looking at it on the close today thinking it's a confirmed double top.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean,
well,
it's a bit of a well, I suppose. Yeah, to be honest with you, like double tops needs to be much smaller, right? This is more like a swing, because this can just swing back like that, and you can be in a wide range. I don't know if that makes any sense, but yeah, like you want it to be much smaller than that. This is a 4-hour time frame, but if we look at longer time frames, I just want to see if I got that on trading view. Do I have? Is that gold? Yeah, that is gold. So that's the level. No, that's not the level. Yeah, that is the level. Okay, so I think this is definitely like you want to start to pay attention. That's exactly the type of levels I wait for. But now price needs to play ball. It needs to.
Yeah. Let the sellers do their thing.
Yeah, exactly. So let's have a look at longer time frames and see if we can see maybe something. All right, so yeah, see, so this is the very strong bullish candle, and now this retracement. So I do think this can potentially bounce off there. Let's have a look at the monthly as well. Okay, yeah, the monthly is doing that. So this could potentially go back, because you've got quite a lower wick here on the monthly, and also at the top end, and now you're coming down. But this is a very strong trend. So this, if it does bounce off here, you could potentially look at maybe the open of the month at least. Right, like a
bit of a range, maybe.
Yeah, I'm just trying to identify a level of where you could potentially look to take profit. I won't be targeting the highs or anything like that, but yeah. The other thing is, like, if this is going to come lower, it won't do it like it's not going to just drop in this month. Like, do you see this kind of? I'm going to try to make sense here, so bear with me. This is a trend line. So if you get that steep kind of angle, when price reverses, it never just kind of there's always space. I don't know if that makes any sense. For example, say yeah. See that now that would have been the reverse. This is now the monthly time frame. Okay, that was the top, but it doesn't just drop. You get a bit of a pullback, and sideways kind of price action.
The psychology is still bullish, isn't it? Really, like by the dips.
Yes, and then you see that. Do you see the space here? You see that like there's a wide kind of gap here. So that's what I'm trying to say. Where we are right now, we right against that this steep incline. So if it's going to go down, it's not going to just drop like that. It's going to take some time. So that's why I think the reversal or pull back to at least the monthly open is not completely unreasonable, right? So and then you're going to see some space here as well if it does come down. Does that make sense? I don't even know if that makes sense, but that's
yeah.
Yeah. All right. All right. So the pound, not the pound. Gold is definitely now very close to a level of interest. I actually also had a look at what did I have a look at? Oh, the dollar CAD. The dollar CAD, because I thought that was an interesting to watch. I actually had an alert set here. Right here. Right, because it's just it looks like a double top, right?
Yeah. In fact, I sold it on that kind of breakdown yesterday. So
nice.
Well, still a bit short. It's gone a little bit offside at the moment, but so we'll see how that one goes. It's quite a strong rebound, but yeah, I'm kind of fishing for that top.
Yeah, I actually had an alert here at the retest, but it's not retesting. So I'm not sure if this. Probably the only other thing again would be the FIB levels, right? And we are now at that 61.8. So maybe a rejection of there. This is the 1 hour time frame. Maybe tomorrow will be a good time to look at this, and ideally on the 4 hour, not on the 1 hour. But yeah, so I didn't get that, but that to me because of. Just because of this double top, really, I thought that would be definitely one to could be interesting to have a look at, but it didn't play out. It just pierced through. Right, what it needs to look like. It needs to struggle and then just bounce off. It didn't do that. So that's the pound. Sorry, that's the dollar CAD, the NASDAQ gold, and then Bitcoin. As I said yesterday, I'm not even paying attention to Bitcoin. I'm really not interested in this. We're in this is again the 4 hour time frame, but if you just identify the nearest high and the nearest low, you're in this pretty wide range. So I don't know what to expect from this point. Is it going to break out higher or come back lower? I don't really know, but my position is pretty much identical to what it was yesterday, and that is I'm just not interested right now in Bitcoin. Even if it just pierces through, then all right, well, let's something decent and obvious will eventually unfold. But that's not for me the case right now on Bitcoin.
Yeah, so, I mean, there's three scenarios. We're discussing this in more detail tomorrow, but there's three scenarios. Now, the fourth would be obviously a black swan event of some kind where Bitcoin goes to, with a full retrace back to whatever, 69K. But I don't think that's on the cards based on what we're seeing under the hood and everything. So there's three scenarios. We've got a breakout over the next couple of days, which it's primed to do. If you look on the lower time frames, it's got a bit of a foundation above 100K. That's one possibility. Second possibility, which would be healthy, is a natural retrace. And we're not talking much, just coming back down. There's a few patterns which you could do with the retrace. We're not suggesting anything too steep. I'll talk about that in a little bit. And then the third is popping its head above all-time highs over the next few days, consolidating in the upper range above 100K, and then breaking out in about a week's 10 days time. I think those are the three scenarios potentially.
Yeah. See, like I'll tell you let me just delete these because I'll tell you where I would be interested in. Definitely not now, but this lower line, yeah, this 98 level. Right. It may seem a bit far-fetched, but it's not much different to gold.
Not far-fetched at all. It'd be perfectly healthy. And, you know, principally, you know, look, there's nothing, right? You can't act on a break of all-time highs immediately. You have to see where it's going to go, right? If it gets a bit of distance above all-time highs, then an entrance at all-time highs on an SR flip comes into play, but that's going to require a few weeks to confirm. So the only option right now in terms of Bitcoin is you can front run a short, hoping for a retrace, but the best option is not to go against the tide. It's just wait for a retrace. That's your only possible entry for a long movement for either long-term holding or short-term trade. And if you see that, we've got something. And the same with the rest of the crypto market with longs. But right now, you know, if Bitcoin pops its head above all-time highs, we might have some range action from altcoins because that bullish signal will be there, but then we'll range just kind of, you know, the sellers will take control and we'll range, and then we'll have another crack. But yeah, difficult for the next 10 days, I think, for Bitcoin in terms of supporting a trade, but a retrace would be the easiest thing to trade for sure. But other than that, it's a waiting game.
Yeah. Yeah, I fully agree with that. So that is pretty much the markets that I've been looking at. So over to, I guess, Howard, please, if you don't mind.
Let's have a look. So okay, so for me, the day started off really well. Let's just find the recorded trade. I've got a recorded trade here. So
nice.
Stop the screen. Put that on there.
My savior.
It's on there somewhere. Present. Here we go. Share screen. And okay, this should hopefully do it. Okay. Can you see that one come through?
Yeah.
Should be coming through. Cool. Okay. So yeah, so started the day obviously with a kind of a bullish bias on Eurodollar, certainly on the intraday time frame. It was a very, very kind of narrow Asian session range after a strong day yesterday. So for me, it was just a natural kind of a very tight consolidation, looking for a bit of trend strength at least in the European session today. So what I did was I set myself up at buying it just literally at the figure, just ahead of the global session high, with a stop just the other side of the range, looking for a kind of a quick run up. Which is effectively what happened. It sort of spent a bit of time just sort of chopping around in the early range, just going nowhere really, testing the bottom of the range. But the buy stop was always there, just waiting for it to kick off, which it did. So just kind of headed higher, and then hit the target. So that was really quite a nice start to the day, and I was still short of dollar Canada from yesterday. Let's just present on that one. Second. Here we go. Okay, so you should get the whole trading platform now. So that was that. So obviously yesterday I entered short on that double top we were talking about on dollar Canada. So literally, as we rejected back, I sold it basically once we did the kind of attempt at basing at the level, and then as we started to break down, that for me was kind of confirming the top. So I entered short, looking for a move down towards 138, which is obviously a bit lower than where we are, a lot lower than where we are. Stop above the high initially. And as we've kind of broken down, I've lowered the stop. So the stop is literally above the fib levels that we were looking at not that long ago. So we're actually fairly close to the stop. So I've kind of cut the risk right down, but it looks like it's going to be a small loser should it pop higher, which it may well do. So it's interesting to see whether we can kind of top out around this level, which would be pretty nice, and that'll be quite encouraging for a resumption of this move. On the longer term stuff on dollar CAD, still bearish in terms of where we are big picture wise. On the long term charts, let's just move that line up a little bit. We've got this massive level which it failed against in 2020. When was it? Fairly recently, and in 2020. So I had this massive kind of overvalued level around here, and then obviously it rejected, came back in, bounced back up, and then settled back beneath this previous congestion zone. So that for me has really kind of turned the trend down on a major, on a long-term time frame. But zooming closer in, obviously we're settling back below this this old high, and now we're kind of retesting it. So I think there's a lot of people that are trapped above this line, above this kind of, pretty much where we are now. So 139.5, 140, that kind of thing. There's a lot of people, I think, trapped above that line on a long-term basis. So for me, it would be a natural place to expect this kind of counter trend rally to struggle and top out, and then we kind of resume the this trend that's developing from the February high. But obviously a bit of a challenge in the short term, trying to nail it down. as always with dollar Canada, that always seems to be an interesting one to try and catch. On the daily chart, you've got this kind of broken support level as well, which comes in just a little bit above where the swing high was. So it seems to me to be quite a good area for the thing to top out in, and then start to resume its downtrend. But as I say, probably end up getting stopped out on the short, but it doesn't change my view. I'll be ready to have another crack at it tomorrow if it does take me out. It might even be better to get into it on weakness again once it kind of confirms that it wants to start going down. So that's dollar CAD. Onto euro dollar. So yeah, that was the trade this morning. That kind of early breakout from the very tight range, sort of typical after yesterday's powerful advance, sideways. So literally the idea was just literally to catch that that kind of European thrust out of the consolidation, which I got a piece of, which was quite nice. But then I made the schoolboy error of deciding that this was a kind of a nice healthy correction that was going to base a nice retracement level of the of this thrust. So I got in at 35, and I've since seen it kind of try to base out, but then obviously kind of nibbling lower. So I'm kind of sweating a little bit in the short term. I've got my stop kind of back inside this range. So I think 111.95. So I'm still in the trade, looking for this congestion to do its job and hold. So again, it would be a natural place for this thing to base out into, or just a slightly ahead of this previous high, because you can imagine a lot of people that were super short during the European Open, they will be a little bit nervous,
not so happy,
not so happy. And maybe they stopped themselves out as the market was ramping up there, but there may be one or two that are kind of are sitting there hoping. But yeah, it's heading back towards the early range, but it's not breaking into it. So maybe, just maybe, it bases out ahead here, and then we can start to resume this move. In terms of the structure, this to me looks like a nice kind of 5-wave move up from the low. So that's the low, and a kind of 1, 2, 3, there's your 4, and there's your 5. And typically corrections should be basing out somewhere ahead of, slightly within the previous 4th wave, which is here, which is pretty much where my stop is. So no doubt it'll probably take me out, and then it'll go. But again, as with dollar Canada, if I do get taken out on this this pullback, I will be getting in on strength maybe tomorrow, should the thing start to resume. But for me, I think this the fact this market has really rallied in 5 waves up from its low, I think that has really nailed down the corrective low for this thing finally.
Yeah.
Onto the weekly. So as you guys know, my bigger picture is very, very bullish from 2022. First wave up, second wave down, and here we are kind of unfolding in wave 3, which should take us much higher. I was expecting 112.15 to 112, 75 to hold. on this pullback, but it didn't. Obviously, we had the news over the weekend and the gap lower and that flush out. But here we are, trading up near the top end of the week's range so far, which is forming a lower shadow, which may or may not hold, obviously. But as Jannie, as you say on cable, we get a good close up here. It stays above here. That could well be the impetus for the buyers to come in next week, and we start to see that that resumption of the trend. So for me, the trend is still very much intact, the uptrend. We came back a bit further than I expected, but it hasn't broken the structure. It's nice to see it snap back up and start to settle here. So so looking for a resumption. I think the weak CPI yesterday kind of gave it a bit of an impetus, didn't it?
Definitely.
Certainly on the dollar, and I think on the stock market as well, didn't it? It was quite kind of dovish and quite nice for basically anti-dollar currencies and stock market, lower interest rates environments kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, but nice to see the fact that we gap opened for the week a little bit down, and we traded down on Monday. But here we are, kind of over midway through the week, and we've basically stopped out, I think, a lot of those sellers from the break of last week's low. So
yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I don't know if which I can't really see which. Oh, that's the weekly time frame, or which time frame is that?
Yeah, that's weekly. Do you want to go daily?
Or just the hourly, if you don't mind, please.
Yeah.
You'll just see that. That's so that was that. That's that big drop that was on Monday, right? That. So
yeah. So there's the gap
lower.
open. Yeah, that's where you sold. That's where you sold cable, sterling, and then obviously we had
that entire move has been taken out.
Yeah.
So you see, now I find it very difficult to be bearish after that. It needs to hold that, right, and maybe come to resistance levels, and keep that trend going. But if you reverse and you completely take out not just the gap, because the gap was actually filled on Monday already, but that big drop. If you completely take that out, that is you really want to start to look for or at least consider the possibility that it's that may have been the low. That may have been the low.
Yeah, it's like they had their chance, really. For me, they had their chance to. And interesting how that kind of consolidation from this morning, it topped out around these broken support levels, which one would normally expect to be resistance. And it was just for a short period of time, but then we blasted through it. So it seems to me that we're kind of just oscillating between these two levels here before we go up again. So we'll see. We'll see. I mean, it's I've got me stop a little bit too close to where we are, but if it gets taken out, I'll be ready to buy it again tomorrow. So I'm not going to be changing my view unless it really finds itself way back down here again in the low 111s.
Yeah.
Then that would start to look a bit ugly.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm just quickly going to place a trade on the pound US dollar, if you don't mind.
No, go for it. Let's do it. Thank you for your service.
All right, let's have a quick look. Yeah, so I'll just tell you exactly. It's basically what I just spoke about. So I want to buy this. And it's basically because of you see this is what I just mentioned about this this big drop that we had there. Well, this is the gap. That's the gap on.
Yeah, looks like a really good spot. It really does.
Yeah, so you got that gap down, and then you filled the gap, and then you dropped all the way down, and then you broke through it, and then it was consolidating there, and then this morning you had the breakout all the way to that diagonal line. And now you are finding support here for now. All right, maybe I was a little bit premature. You need to get like a
break above.
a break above here. So this is the 15-minute time frame, so it could take a while. But this is what I would be interested in. Like I did think that because we're 5 minutes in, it was breaking this one. I thought maybe we're going to go higher, but we're just coming down here. All right, but this this is a pretty this is a pretty good support level.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not doing that right now. So my apologies. My apologies.
No, that's all right. I say it's got to stop me out on euro dollar and dollar CAD before you can make money on the upside, huh?
You know what it's like.
It's always the way.
Always the way.
I think the fact gold's under a lot of pressure today, maybe that's keeping the dollar a little bit stronger. I wonder whether that's a bit of a factor.
See that what I was, if you look at the 15-minute time frame, right now that high there is basically also this bearish candle tilting bullish. So that would be pretty decent because you've got this this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bearish 1 hour candles in a row with a pretty steep drop here. But it's got to hold there first. That's the beautiful thing about price action. Like it will tell you whether it's ready to trade or not.
Yeah.
All right. So it doesn't look like it's going to happen right now. So back over to you, Howard.
Okay. Let's see where we are. Okay. So that's euro. Okay, so onto our friend dollar yen, which had that half decent bounce off of the big support area, bullish engulfing week. I think Jannie, you identified that one. So nice bounce off of the support zone there. So it's a big level here below the market. It was a reaction low back in late 2023. The swing low that we saw here. And then we had this retest, which I think is a kind of a corrective pullback within a new downtrend, a topping process. So that's the major top there, 161.95. There's your first leg down. This ABC move is, for me, a dead giveaway that it's a corrective pullback within a new downtrend. So we had a 1 down, a 2 up, and now we've gravitated all the way back down to the support level here. So for me, the bounce from this level is a corrective bounce. As with euro dollar, went back a little. It's retraced a little further than I expected it to, but I think we're still in a longer term bearish environment. So bouncing a corrective bounce off of this level. This week so far, like the other ones, we've seen a bit of an upper shadow developing on the weekly candles so far. Obviously, the week is not finished yet, but interesting how we kind of we're testing this broken support level here, moved above it, but here we are back kind of below it at the moment. So it looks like we kind of the buyers are kind of struggling at broken support, which one would normally expect in a bearish environment. So as with euro dollar and cable sterling dollar. Looking for maybe the corrective high for the US dollar has formed this week so far on the intra-week candle. So again, as with the other ones, looking for a turn. Let's go into the daily. So I'm kind of on hold on dollar yen at the moment. I'm kind of playing the whole thing through euro dollar and dollar Canada at the moment. So we've got this kind of on the daily chart a little bit of a little bit of an uptrend, a mini uptrend working higher here. So I think I want to spend a bit of time going sideways and breaking down, or maybe some kind of move lower next couple of days to establish some short positions. But for the time being, it looks like it's kind of at these higher levels. It's kind of in a bit of a choppy phase at the moment, and I think there's a little bit of yen weakness that's keeping it elevated as well, which is linked to the stock market. Typically the yen is doesn't do too well when the stock market's rampant, which it has been of late. So the yen crosses have been fairly fairly well bid lately on the weekly chart. So holding up very well.
Sorry, the dollar yen on the week. You are on the weekly now, right?
Yeah.
Oh, this is the euro yen.
Dollar yen back to dollar yen.
You see what you see those are they're very tricky to spot the turning point when you like that, right? Because you get that. So I would I mean, because there are so many different things, there are different areas you can identify, right? So you can, first of all, I would obviously identify the FIB levels. I would identify that level. Basically, if you look at that 1, 2, 3 sharp drop just before you got to the support, you get a doji candle just before that. That is, to me, is also a resistance level. And then you can also draw like a diagonal line from the high to that lower high.
This
you see, so there's
which is broken, I think. Yeah, I think that's broken.
No, I mean if you look at the very you're gonna have to go. So if you go from that high to the lower high, you can almost, there's that divergence there, right? So you can almost draw like a diagonal line across the chart.
Oh, through here, through the price action?
To the high, the high, up there. You see, so do you see what I mean? So but where you are right now, for me anyway, it's pretty difficult to kind of spot where it's going to turn based on where you are right now. For me, I don't know if that makes sense. I would almost like wait for it to break the low, right? If I don't get like one of those levels of interest, so I'm just adding to the conversation.
No. I mean, I guess for me, the equivalent thing of this would be a good one. So maybe we do a little upper shadow like this this week, and next week we start to break down like we did here. So that could be a good sell the breakout thing, or at least look for a turn on the shorter term charts. Once you've got that kind of, if we close in the lower end of this week's range, then it could be a case of looking for the turn next week, and going with the idea that has been the top for the pullback.
Because it is actually coming off a resistance level there. That like just inside of that. If you look at those 3 strong bearish candles right to the support, to the left is a doji, and 2 candles left of that is those bullish candles. The low there, so that is also a resistance area and is bouncing off there currently, right?
Yeah. 48.18. So give or take. So definitely there's. I think this whole consolidation seems to be a good place to expect the thing to top out. But obviously, until you get the trigger, then it's best just to let it do its thing, because it can be quite choppy in the meantime. The range is like 3-4 yen, so you don't really want to be, unless you've got a massive stop. You're using a massive stop on this. 5 yen stop
with a 1 to 0.1 risk reward ratio.
Oh my god. So just I'm letting this thing letting it play out, do what it's got to do. Dollar Swiss, similar kind of idea. So we had that range on dollar Swiss. I don't know whether these levels have had a perfect range on dollar Swiss. It totally respected the highs and the lows. I don't know where these lines come from. Oh yeah, that's it. That's the bottom of that. So we're kind of into that and above it now. So that's interesting. So we've got these highs. So we broke through the bottom of the range, closed below it on multiple week basis. A bit like dollar yen, I suppose. We got that bullish engulfing at the bottom, and now we're seeing this kind of recovery higher. So again, for me, I think interesting to see whether we can settle much above this broken support area. I think the thing's going to top out and break down, but again, as with dollar yen, I'd like to see it show a bit of willing and start to head lower. Maybe it might be next week that it has that chance to do it. But again, I think a bear market rally. I don't think we're going up here. Arguably, you could say that we've kind of done a full downside break, and we could be heading up towards the top of the range. But for me, I think this is so solid, this kind of consolidation and this big move down. I think there's a lot of aggressive selling in that, and I think that's for real. That's the real deal for me. And this to me is a correction that we top out around here and break down, but we'll see on that one.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Reminds me a little bit of crude oil, the retest of the broken support in some respects on the weekly chart.
Yeah. It also, well, that reminds me of the Aussie Swiss, which I'm like, oh, this is a Howard trade. This is just on a different pair, and it just didn't reject off the level. It just shot straight through. So some work, some don't. Well, I didn't take the trade, but because it never rejected. But yeah, that crude oil trade was a beautiful one.
Oh, yeah. I got pieces of it. I should have got more, but hey. So yeah, I guess that's me for the time being anyway. So I'll hand it across.
Sure, thanks, Howard. That was great. Yeah, I mean, as Jannie said, I'm going to share my screen. Obviously, it's a bit of a waiting game with Bitcoin. This is, any crypto trader will tell you, it's more waiting than anything. And it's just, so this chart is still the most relevant. Can you see my screen okay?
Yep.
So this is still the most relevant. Obviously, we've got this one zone remaining to go, but the all-time highs are within reach. So a move from here, we could see it pop its head above here. So that's scenario 1. And just to show you this chart, not that one, here we go. So this chart here, we've been previously looking at these two descending channels and the similarities between them. And of course, we've now broken out of that. Now, this is obviously a bullish signal, which is great. And a continued move up here is within possibilities. Again, all-time highs are just here, but at the same time, a retrace would be perfectly natural, right? I mean, the 200 MA is begging for a little bit of attention back down here, as is the upper former resistance line. We need to confirm its support now. So, we've got, continue upwards, poke ahead above all-time highs, or again, a retrace back to this little area here, which would be about 89, 90. And again, this is slightly higher up. This is about 97 for a retrace here. But if you come back down to 200 MA, we're in that zone around 90K, which would facilitate a move back here and then a bounce. So those are the two options. There's a third option, and the third option is probably, this is just a projection chart. So this is where we are currently at the price action. Now, this is not a prediction, but for me as a trader, I need to be able to visualize in my head what is happening and what are the possibilities. So it makes it easier for me to trade. So a breakout, or rather of all-time highs now, is not going to offer me any trading opportunities because the market will continue higher a little bit, and I'll need to wait for a good entrance. And even if it keeps going higher, I still need to wait for a while to establish that the SR flip of all-time highs has gone into account. And when we're dealing with all-time highs, you get a lot of bull traps, all kinds of things happening. So I tend to just avoid it, and I'd recommend you guys the same. But this is just a 2-hour chart, and it just highlights this line and potentially what we could see from the price action as a more sedate alternative to a breakout of the next few days or a rollback towards the weekend. This potentially we could see ranging in this upper area. And just for context, this is the upper area that would represent just up here, anything above 100K in this area. So just consolidating, distributing maybe in this area. And then as we start to just tap the sellers occasionally for the next few days, then they start to get exhausted. Maybe they win for a little bit, we get a pullback, and then we break above. Finally, sellers still take control, because remember, all-time highs, no greater resistance level, right? So we have to understand there's going to be a battle no matter what happens, right? And then a retrace, and then maybe a break as we approach the last week of the month. Now, that is the third scenario, and it may be the most likely given the uncertainty in the market. Now, you can trade this because, as we've established, that if Bitcoin does this, doesn't break out straight away, doesn't retrace straight away, then Bitcoin sitting up here would be Bitcoin with a bullish posture doing nothing. And then that is okay for altcoins. Altcoins will still move then, because if Bitcoin's doing nothing, everyone's just sitting at their screen thinking, where am I going to make money? And they'll turn their attention to the altcoin market. And because Bitcoin is still above 100K, it's still giving you a bullish signal, then altcoins potentially will have some love if Bitcoin dominance is going in the right direction. And just check in with Bitcoin dominance to see what it's doing. Yeah, so this is good actually. This is just to orientate 2-year uptrend. Money, Bitcoin growing way faster than the altcoin market. Altcoin's not getting any love, and we've been waiting for another potential break, and it seems to have happened. And look for a break or bounce. So let's get rid of that because we've had a break, and we're currently bearishly retesting this pocket. And if we can fall down from here, perfect. This is exactly what we want to see for altcoin longs. And if Bitcoin sits pretty, this could continue down and give us the best case scenario for trading, which would be Bitcoin going up, or rather sitting pretty with a bullish posture and Bitcoin dominance going down as the money enters the altcoin market and people start to enter positions, and then it's game time. So those are essentially the scenarios. And I just want to reiterate that this is not a prediction, just a projection to help you orientate as traders. Now, you might be thinking, you've missed off one scenario, the bearish scenario. Well, I'm not including that because I don't think it's in play at the moment. We need a few bearish signals in a row to invalidate kind of the context at the moment. So, and even if we break 100K, we've still got a pretty decent floor below us. So yeah, just those 3 scenarios you need to factor into. So what does that mean for you as a trader? What does it mean for us as traders? It means that you need to have some altcoin setups which are ready to go if Bitcoin pulls back, meaning that they have a little bit of room to come down to provide you with a good entrance. And maybe we'll look at some of those later. And that would be your scenario. So you wait for Bitcoin to pull back. You're planning an altcoin trade, which requires a pullback from Bitcoin to push it lower for a good entrance, perhaps following a breakout. It just needs to come down for a retest. That's your trade. And if Bitcoin ranges like we're seeing here, that we could see here, then you'll be looking for maybe some just range action in your altcoins, but that will just move with Bitcoin up and down a range. But you're obviously going to need to see something, I don't know, like Pepe, which is broken out and can just range in a bullish area before continuing higher. Any altcoin, of course, which hasn't yet managed to recover some key levels, and there's quite a few, of course, then that may just sit pretty or bleed as we wait for Bitcoin. But some potential scenarios in terms of your planning, but you can't really plan for a breakout because it's going to be full of bull traps and all that kind of stuff, and you need to avoid that. And imagine Bitcoin does come up here like this. Well, what are you waiting for? You're not going to come in here, are you? So, this is the area to come in. So it's always going to be a waiting game at the moment, but there should be some improved trading. So it shouldn't be as bad as the last few months, and you should have something to trade. But any thoughts on that, guys? I
was going to say, would you consider buying dips towards the bottom end of that little range?
Yeah,
in anticipation of the breakout.
Yeah, I think it's a bit tricky, right? Because if you look at these other charts, a pullback here would be natural, and that's 90, right? A pullback to here, 95, 91 would be perfectly natural and healthy as well. So that definitely needs to be considered. So I would perhaps, if we break that scenario, might be best if we break all-time highs. So even if it's just by a hair's breadth, so we just break slightly above it, then your suggestion would probably come into play, Howard, because then we've had an initial bullish confirmation. People are thinking, all right, well, we're not going to come down that much now. We're going to keep attacking it, and then buying the bottom of the range would be better.
So there's kind of like a higher floor. That's what you mean, isn't it?
Yeah. It's just all about bullish signals, isn't it? So what was the last bullish signal we kind of had? It's when we entered this range. So people have to presume. You have to presume, especially considering there is some bearish divergence showing up on the daily. So it's just with the MACD, so it's not crazy, but you look at this, this liquidity area, this volume area, this would be facilitate a nice pullback. And I mean, this is kind of the range you're talking about, which would come back to 97. So that would be fine. But the bearish divergence on the daily can have a little bit of oomph behind it. So, a retrace back to here could still be possible. But if we see a all-time high and we break these, then that is an additional bullish signal, which gives us confirmation that we're probably going to hang around in this range as the buyers seem to be winning. And then coming in at maybe this area would be a good shout. But I want to see one more bullish signal before we do that. Might be a different proposition if we didn't have bearish divergence on the daily. But yeah, just caution here. It is a waiting game for sure. But I would like to see a steeper pullback. I think it'd be healthier. And if you think of if you think of an army in a battle, right? Buyers versus sellers, they need more buyers potentially to break through, and a retrace will allow more to come into the market, and then maybe that team up can then help beat the sellers. Because you've got to ask yourself, going back to this chart, people who bought in around here or bought in this area, where are they taking profits? Yeah, right up here, right? That's what they're waiting for. And we have to, it's all very, I was talking about this just constantly all day. Like, a lot of people are getting very excited, which is FOMO, and that doesn't help any situation. So the three scenarios we discussed are important to just splash of cold water. A retrace is the most likely, but a brief break above here is also likely. But again, we can't trade that. So, that signal, maybe you could feel confident about coming up a higher level, maybe at 100K, because as we've established, there is a little bit of a floor, if I can find it. So there is a double bottom. This is 15-minute, just at 100K with a nice higher low, and we're sitting pretty. But you could argue the price action is weakening a little bit, and this is just a 15-minute. So this doesn't trump, bearish divergence on the daily. But yeah, always difficult when we're approaching all-time highs for sure. But altcoins will react a little bit more consistently. So altcoins should be where you're looking at the moment. As long as Bitcoin is giving us some sunshine, regardless of where it is, which I think it will be for the next couple of weeks, focus on altcoins until Bitcoin finds a direction. I think is probably the best advice I can give. I mean, Jannie, your thoughts?
Yeah, would you mind just going back to that? I think it was the Bitcoin 2-hour chart, the white and the blue candles. Yeah, right there. So if you look at that latest rally, actually there's a consolidation there. Part of it is white, so the first 40% of it, and then the last is blue. You get that leg up, and then that sideways consolidation, and then that leg up again. So it's almost like a measured move, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
And then prior to that, you get almost an identical move. You get that there was that blue kind of rally up, and then also a consolidation with more of a bit wider, and it took a little bit longer. And then you get again that measured move. So it almost like played out twice. So based on that, it's likely to consolidate and pull back. Yeah. Just based on that alone, right?
Yeah. It's I think, look, again, please, people, don't look at this. I mean, this is this is just May. This is not even June yet up here. But it's just, as traders, we need to think about the possibilities. It's as simple as that, right? You can't just, you have to do that. You have to think of the scenarios, and regardless of what you're trading. And this is obviously a nonsense chart, right? It's just fluff, but it can help us, think about these scenarios. And this is, this chart is a bit clearer. This is a log scale, all-time highs. You can see very easily just pop its head above here, right? But very easily come back to here. Very easily just enjoy this space for a little bit, right? So it's quite obvious the scenarios. But this is this is my golden crosses Bitcoin 1 day. Now we've had a golden cross on the 12-hour, and we now have an impending golden cross on the daily. And as you see previously, the last golden cross we had, which kicked off this bull run in October 23, we had then in the space of 151 days, 157% gains from Bitcoin. And then we had this period of distribution or whatever. And then, the crosses below, and then we had another golden cross, and then that was another 71%. And here we are again. And here's my little question mark to potentially highlight this area where we're going, as golden crosses, they pay the bills for sure. and just take those into account. And any patterns you see on the 15-minute, I mean, you should not be looking at the 15-minute and saying, oh, it's a double bottom on 100K. Oh yeah, of course we're going up, right? No, I mean, it's a 15-minute chart, right? But this, I mean, ask yourself this question: what does the price action now have to do to invalidate this cross? It has to do something pretty extreme to the downside right now to avoid that cross. Normal behavior in this area, the cross is coming. That's another bullish signal the market's going to come in on, and then more buyers, more people to defeat the sellers. So this is kind of the game at the moment. And a lot of people say, how do you chart so much? And I say, I buy a lot of paracetamol. But regardless, it helps me as a trader. It's very important because orientating yourself to the market is fundamental. And I think we all know, Howard and Jannie, when we're first starting, there's just like, we get in these fever-like states of like, oh my God, right, everything's right, the market's going right, okay, quick, right, what do I need? Do I need my life jacket? Do I need my parachute? What am I doing? Right. And it's and you don't make good decisions in that space. So when you say to me, like at the start of the week, how are you feeling about Bitcoin? I'm not impressed, because impressed leads to an emotion, and I just need to look at it with skepticism. And because that's how the pros are doing it, right? They are looking at like, right, what's retail going to do now, right? And then they're going to
buy. Yeah.
So, but let's just see if I can find any trading opportunities, because it's been about Bitcoin. So let's just see how the top altcoin picks are doing. Where we start with MKR. Hasn't come down yet, and see, we're punching up to the next level. So, a retrace is here what you need to wait for. But no one should be coming in here, because if Bitcoin comes down now, which we've established is one of the three possibilities, it's just not good. So again, it's a waiting game. So no trade there. Same deal here, GMX. We're waiting for this pullback and lots of selling activity coming in, and nothing really to trade at the moment there. This is better, something for CFX maybe. If Bitcoin moves right now, and given the fact that we've established that the money flow is a bit better, we could see a bounce from here. So if you want, this could be your bullish scenario setup for Bitcoin.
Sorry to interrupt, Paul. I think I'm going to take this trade now.
Well,
unless you want to take that one. Unless you want to take that one.
I'll pick it up. Let's swap back. Trading live comes first.
All right, let me do that. Okay, so I just want to make a couple of things clear, and that is that for me to place a really like an A type of trade, we need a lot of confirmation and confluence and so on. So really, we need to be above there. But this trade, as I just explained to you earlier, we are coming off this that support level there. That was obviously before that huge drop, and now we're at that level. This 1 hour time frame here, you see we're getting this close, this lower candle, or the wick, not the wick, the body is closing inside the previous candle's lower wick. That's something I look at. And then on the smaller time frames, you can see that we are making quite a number of wicks here, right there on that support level. So I'm going to take this trade, and with a stop loss, the stop loss will just be below that. All right, and then the target for now will be all-time highs.
My God, what was that? 10, 20.
Yeah. I don't know. What was the all-time high on the pound US dollar?
That's a very good question. Pop quiz.
Pop quiz, yeah. Paul, are we going to launch a crypto called Highlander coin? Well, I'm not going to answer. I'm not going to speak for Paul, but I'm sure he's tempted. Pretty sure he's tempted by that. Anyway, so yeah, does this trade make sense? Oh, no answer. Does it make sense?
Well, there's a context. Yeah. Is it within your risk tolerance? I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I'm placing this trade. Let me you didn't listen to a word I said, Paul. That's your problem. I'm going to explain to you again. Then I'm going to ask you questions. Right. This was the gap.
I've jumped on that as well, by the way. So I'm with you.
Well,
great.
Yeah,
Okay. So that was the gap on Monday, and then we retraced right there on Monday morning, and then we had this huge drop, and since then we were going all the way above that. But this is the level of resistance that we obviously pierced through. Now we just came back to it. Right now, this on the 1 hour time frame, you've got this lower wick, and then the next candle, you've got the body closing inside the lower wick. And by that formation, all by itself, is not very useful. But when you can combine it on something like a support level as well, then it gives it a little bit more significance. Well, a lot more actually. And then on the smaller time things, so the half an hour, even more so on the 15-minute, you can see. No, not so much on the half an hour time frame. You see all these lower wicks, and this is the support level. So it's struggling there, and now it's bouncing up. Andre asks, is the pound US dollar heading for the top? Yeah, I think it's more likely to go up now. I think as we discussed, I assume you just joined, Andre, but I think we've made the higher low. I think we've made the higher low. It's going to take a lot for this to break. I mean, I'm not saying it's not possible, but I think we were waiting for a higher low. I was just waiting to get the higher low here. But I'm bullish longer term, but in the short term, I wanted to get that pullback down here. I couldn't get it. I'm not sure if you watched yesterday, Andre, but I got basically out when it broke that resistance and closed right there. Okay, that's when I got out. So right now we did bounce off this diagonal line, and that level is 1.336. That's where it bounced off. So really, if you want to look for really a type of opportunity, kind of setups, you really want confirmation that it's definitely turned, and that will be if it breaks this diagonal line, right? If it breaks this diagonal line, and on the weekly time frame, if I just go back to the weekly. You see this weekly, well, this is a monthly. If we can close bullish on, I wish that this little scroll bar was a little bit wider. So if we can close bullish on this weekly time frame, next week is going to be an up week. I feel like, in my opinion, because I think we did get that the higher low. No, the higher low,
higher low.
The higher low. So we did get that, right? And what I explained earlier, Andre, was also we had something very similar, right? We had this this one, when we had that high there. You see, this is the weekly time frame. So we also formed that really strong lower wick, and then we pushed through and formed a bullish candle, and then the next week just pierced straight through. So we could see that. Now, obviously, tomorrow we have that we have that GDP coming out on the pound, so that's going to determine whether is it going to just drop to all-time lows. Oh god. Or is it going to hold something like that? If we can close bullish, then that would be great. And I think it's going to more likely go up. Okay. He's already said thanks. Maybe I'm talking too much.
So GDP is rear view mirror stuff, isn't it? It's what's already happened, GDP.
Yeah. So this trade is doing okay so far.
That's good.
All right. Sorry, Paul, over to you. You were in the middle of something.
What was let me just address Andre. Andre, great to have you. Thanks for everybody. Are we going to launch a crypto called Highlander Coin? Yes. Yeah, I'm going to do that. There's your answer.
I think it's a great idea.
Will you pay for the domain for me, please? I don't think Andre's listening to my lectures on the importance of use case for coins and tokens, and but there can be only one. That was obviously a very bad joke. Right? Okay. So CFX.
That's obviously a bad joke. Yeah, you see, that's how you make a bad joke a good joke. You say it was a bad joke
and let someone else do it. Right. So let's just look at CFX because we're looking for trading opportunities for sure. Now, we're hugging the 200 MA, and that's fine. And if Bitcoin ranges, right, then you could argue that this could be one of those range trade kind of scenarios. Now, there is buyers below, and this is kind of my preferred area to enter. But, as you can see, this is kind of what I would be waiting for at the very least, because we're still waiting for this cross. But you could arguably enter here for a little range trade up here. But let's just, before you do that, let's have a look at the exchange for a minute, because this is CFX. And what does that look like to you? It's a head and shoulders, right? In the process of being formed of some sort.
Yeah. Oh, you mean the potential? Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a range at the moment.
Choppy.
Yeah.
Choppy.
Yeah. Now there is something you could trade there, but if I see something like this, I'm not particularly happy to enter it. So, we could very easily just put in an order on the exchange here for around this area, maybe 0.0930, and use this support area, top of the support zone, and the 200 MA on the 12-hour, which is significant, as confluence, and then hope this golden cross comes. So that might be a trade. I'll consider that, but it's not really within my risk tolerance. But there is a trade there if Bitcoin sits pretty, which it is doing. But you need to be aware, of course, that when you're seeing these patterns on the macro, that you have to be aware of what they're signifying. And of course, if you come in at the neckline, and it's a bit of an ambiguous neckline, but if you come in here at about, what is that? This is what I was saying, about 930, then you at least can manage it if it breaks lower. So that would be one possibility to look at as a trade. Wormhole is still not doing anything. Right, so Atom, we've got confluence with this janky inverse head and shoulders, and it's sitting pretty at what is historical support, having been historical resistance. So there is a trade in play right now. Let me just try and put the price line on. Yeah, there we go. So it's just there, and you could arguably come in for an entrance here. And if we just zoom in, see if there's a pattern which we can trade off. Let's have a look. When it's weakening like that, I'm just not particularly interested. I'd rather it came down. I mean, how would you approach this?
Yeah, to me, it looks like it might want to do that little nibble lower towards the rising red average there. You've got a kind of double bottom breakout point just a bit below that as well. So that could be a good place to look for the turn if it should get down there.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, I don't know why it's green today. Why are you green? I just and that's the thing, right? And any kind of thing now from Bitcoin, even if it moves down lower, which is perfectly healthy, we're coming back down here. So, and then we'll have that. So yeah, it's a bit difficult one. It's one of those. It's a bit of an issue, especially when there's a bit of a range. But people, you could take that there for sure, but that would be you haven't got the confluence which I typically want to see, and you'll be reliant on Bitcoin's next move. And as we've always talked about, you need to wait for confirmation, and we haven't got that. So you have to presume it's coming down here. So there is a nice trade maybe to come in here with some confluence, but not quite there yet. Again, searching for a trading opportunity. Let me just switch that back to the 12-hour. I mean, Jannie, would you trade that any other way?
No. No, I think based on the golden cross. I mean, I think you showed this to me before, or have you
Yesterday,
not? Yeah. I mean, it definitely needs to come down. It's basically just based off that steep rally. It needs to come down.
Yeah.
To that golden cross, which is also exactly that previous, not the previous high, but that support level of that little peak.
Yeah, coming here would be nice. And I think if that happens later in the week, we can put that trade on, see how it plays out. I mean, I'm happy to do that because then you've got confluence. You've got, you've allowed for the retrace, right? You've allowed, you come closer to this with a set of buyers. So, and then you're closer to, and you're in the workings of the pattern as well, which means it's, the bullish context falls apart down here. So, I think we'll look at that tomorrow. Maybe. Sorry, Harry, go on.
I say, check out November before it did that little bull flag before it blasted higher again. In there.
Yeah.
So it
Yeah,
could
you
be
see it
something
comes
like,
into this zone, doesn't it?
yeah, it could be like that.
Yeah, so waiting game for that, but we'll keep an eye on that. I'll take that trade this week if it happens. Still, SOL needs to come down. This is what I'm talking about. So these sort of setups are perfect for Bitcoin retracing, right? Bitcoin retraces, pushes this into the golden zone, away we go, and we're back to Bitcoin. So yeah, that's kind of the deal with crypto at the moment. It is a waiting game. There's a few opportunities, but as we talked about, don't want to be forcing trades, right? Everything's fine, everything's good, but we just need to wait. And it's you think that sometimes when everything turns bullish, it's just game time, which it is, but you still have to wait. You still have to wait for the price action to come to you, and that's kind of the game right now. I mean, look, we're approaching the top of the range. You don't take longs here. You just don't. You at least come back down to here. But as Howard said, quite rightly, if this comes up here, then this range becomes a little bit more palatable to come in at the bottom of it, for sure. Because we've flipped this. If you look at this zone, this is a zone which we've kind of flipped now, right? And it's just this upper area. So a higher high here, an all-time high, that makes this a little bit more salivating prospect. But the point control, though, it's a magnet. It's a magnet, baby. Pull it back. But yeah, that's me, really. No trades, unfortunately, today. Sorry, team.
All right. Howard, are you still keeping an eye on the Aussie US dollar?
Yeah.
Or is that on?
Yeah. Let's whack it up. Let's see. Okay, so the backdrop for this one still for me is very bullish, basing at a key level, a little bit like the dollar CAD kind of topped out at the key level. Aussie dollar is kind of found big support around this major support. So early part of the year we saw a bit of a attempt at recovering as Eurodollar and sterling dollar cable were blasting higher. But Kiwi dollar and Aussie dollar they're a little bit begrudging. They didn't really go too high by comparison. So when Trump came out with that bad news about the tariffs, we saw the Aussie fall out of bed, while the US dollar fell out of bed as well. So we had a kind of an underperformance of the Aussie and the Kiwi at this time. But then the next week it was completely reversed. And then since then, we've just seen a kind of grind higher. And I think that's pretty much confirmed a major low for Aussie against the US dollar. So also we've got this kind of breaking above the previous lower high within the downtrend and settling above it. Last few weeks, it's kind of seeing weekly closes back above it. And the pullbacks now are starting to get a little bit shallow, lower shadow developing on the weekly candle so far. But I think very limited downside before we start heading back towards the top end of this range. What do you think, Jannie?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the 4-hour time frame, you'll see that pretty strong engulfing candle with also a bit of divergence in price action itself. I'm not sure if you can see. Oh, yeah, you see that. That's a strong. Yeah, you see that the last 4-hour candle now, and then you also get that this looks. It's not exactly like the dollar yen, but you see that the highest high you can see on that chart, and then you get that divergence in terms of in price action itself. You get that lower high there, so that's pretty bearish, right? Just that. So I'm not. Yeah, so I'm not sure where you would identify a potential level of interest where you would like to see this fine support. I suppose one of them would be Fibonacci levels.
Yeah.
But
or maybe in this kind of region here, we got that big rejection retest. So maybe around 64, the figure.
Because because if it doesn't all that there, then that could go all the way to the low that you see there on the chart before anything else happens. Even though I agree with the broader, over the longer term, the dollar is going to weaken. But right now, that looks pretty strong to, well, for me to be bullish, first of all, that recent high needs to be first. You need to break that first.
Yeah, it might need to spend a bit of time just not going down, maybe just kind of curling around like that, and then that once you can do that, the momentum can shift again. But until it does that, maybe there's a little bit of a downside risk in the short term.
Yeah, I was and we already looked at the other one I was going to ask you about is have you been through the New Zealand dollar US dollar?
Not yet, but it's a similar kind of idea, in that for me the big picture is kind of a basing. Yeah, same thing, but there's the key level, there's the test of it, weak rally, new low, but then bullish engulfing. So big support, major low, by the looks of things to me.
Yeah, that's pretty
and now we're just literally correct. Yeah, we're just literally correcting back after this kind of big move higher. I guess broken resistance could become support around here, 58.30 or thereabouts.
Yeah,
not a million miles away from the low this week so far. Looks maybe stronger than the Oz. I don't know. But it looks like a buy on this pullback.
Yeah, because that's also a pretty strong lower week, and it also bounced off a pretty strong support level, the New Zealand dollar US dollar. That's on the weekly. I'm not sure what it looks like on this, what the actual price actually looks like on the 4 hour and so on.
Yeah, that's there's 4 hour there. Yep. So literally coming back to the broken resistance levels here, finding a bit of support.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty.
Yeah, similar kind of idea.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's good that it actually broke that latest low, that made that low before it pierced through, and then it broke that resistance. So that's pretty positive. So you could potentially form there now an inverted head and shoulders pattern. It's obviously it's likely to form that. Do you see that? You're on the 4 hour time
kind of
frame.
a bit of a slopey one.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how low that the right-hand shoulder comes. It could come down to that more or less the same kind of low of that first left-hand shoulder. But the fact that you got that pullback, it's like it's 80%. Like the probability is 80% there. If it can break it higher, if it breaks the neckline to the upside.
Yeah, I guess a bit similar to the Aussie on in that short term. You got a bit of a breakdown today.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously it can just drop. Obviously, I'm not saying. If it holds there, yeah. But I mean, like if it forms that pivot, and pushes higher and then break that, then that would be it. That would be it.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think there's a similar kind of move coming to this. Once it's played out, we'll get that kind of swing.
Yeah. All right, Paul. What is
to me just a correction of this move?
Yeah, I think you're right. I was going to ask you, Paul, about XRP. What's XRP doing?
Not much. Let's have a look.
Not much.
Right. Firstly, I just want to point out, right, last week's on Ola Prime X's YouTube channel, top altcoin picks last week, every single setup put in massive gains. All right, we had that week. This week, it's just calmed down. Nothing's happening. So we had a good week last time. So everyone just needs a break. But let's find out what's XRP. I think I ditched it today just because it was just irritating me. Let's have a look.
I get that a lot.
XRP, well, it's going to be long, so let's have a look at the long setup. I think it should be playing out. Yeah, so I didn't take this trade because I was worried about Bitcoin coming back. So again, you'll see me, I take, I most of the time I'm just like swipe left on trades, right? And that's how you keep your success rate up, right? Be picky. So yeah, just doing all right. We've had a nice breakout, but you know, this is not something you want to be trading. Again, Bitcoin is approaching or at resistance, right? It's approaching all-time highs, the most significant selling activity area there is. So you would expect a pullback, but a pullback would give you nice confluence with this moving average and be perfectly healthy for this range. So that's what we'd be waiting for. But it's doing okay, but hardly going to the moon just yet, right? And if you look at previous moves, what it can do, you know, this highlights again, there's still a bit of caution in the market. And even though the bullish signals are stacking up, we need to wait for a retrace, because if we start chasing this, where are we going to end up ultimately? We could end up with a pump up here for sure, but it's just not a good trading practice. And then the next time you do it, it won't be as you might get this instead of that. So just a waiting game. But that's XRP.
Do you think you no, it's not, sorry. I was going to ask if that diagonal line from the very top, obviously, no, it's not. I mean, if you do move lower and then make a higher, I don't think it's going to move that much lower. But anyway, ignore the question. I was going to ask if you can draw like a diagonal line there, but you can't.
No, there is a couple of ranges here for sure. Right?
Yeah, loads of them.
Yeah,
loads of them.
You could argue
it's range rich.
And look, and there you go. Here's the pocket we want, right? This is the pocket.
Yeah.
This is what it's all about, people. Don't chase it. Let it come to you, right? Do you think all the big players are sitting there running around their office screaming at people because Pepe is going to the moon? No, they're not doing that, right? They're sitting at the desk calmly in complete control saying, well, I'm going to wait for them to back down. They're going to enter. So this is the pocket. If it doesn't happen, I'll trade something else, right? So,
yeah.
I mean, no, I'll do it here. I'll do it at support, right? And then this pocket can help me get out of trouble if it goes in the wrong direction. So that's the idea. But it's doing fine. It's doing fine, but hard. I mean, obviously, it's a high cap, so it's not going to just, you know, put in crazy gains. But yeah, is anything else interesting happening? Because obviously this Ethereum, right? So Ethereum is retesting, and I need it to retest because I'm coming into a position here, and this is what we're talking about. So just get rid of this circle. Yes, we've had a nice move back into the pattern. I'm looking to enter a position for Ethereum here, entering one at this area for sure. So I'm waiting for that, which is kind of, it's a little bit bullish because you would think maybe we could come back down here, but I'm comfortable coming in this area because of the context and then look for a bounce. But again, still waiting for me, waiting for my entrances. So nothing much really going on in that respect, just a waiting game. But that's how you make money. Wait and then pounce, right?
Yeah, it's like we spoke about this before. I mean, I probably place one trade a week. Like if like some weeks nothing, like the pound US dollar last week for that short, I waited the entire week for that to set up, and then finally on Friday, actually just like in the second session, like I was in two minds actually about taking that because it was Friday and it was the weekend coming up, and I'm like, should I wait? Should I not wait? And then after the session, I kept looking at it, and I thought this is really the best place to get in. So I got in, but that was on Friday. The entire week there was nothing. You just wait. It's like most of it, that's what you do most of the time, right? You just sit and wait and wait and wait.
Well, the people who have a little bit of experience. I mean, I'm not suggesting we're all, you know, this is the whole thing. It's like, I mean, maybe apart from Howard, none of us are geniuses here, right? We just
yeah. Look, I'm definitely. How did you know?
The game is sitting.
Yeah, Jesse Livermore said that, didn't he?
We are like security guards. Okay. Yeah, you just sit and wait for someone to screw up. And then you pounce,
jump in,
right? That's what you do.
And that metaphor works as well because you're protecting your capital too.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, but that's yeah. But I mean, that doesn't mean it depends on how you trade. Like I know there are some intraday traders that do, but even if you do intraday trading, you don't do that many trades. You can. It's so easy to overtrade.
Yeah.
Right. It's like this is the level, and then you take it. Didn't work. Oh, now, okay, you got stopped out, but now the next 15-minute candle is now reversing back up. Okay, maybe this is it. And then you take it. And again you get stopped out. It can happen. It's a very, very dangerous game to play. I think you need to really.
You got to have a limit, a loss limit, the number of trade limits, that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
all of that kind of stuff. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Have you gone outside after that winning trade and enjoyed your life for a minute? No, do it. Simple, because that will actually facilitate another good trade, right? And that's the whole idea.
Absolutely right. All right. Well, that is our time. Howard and Paul, it was great to see you guys again. As
Pleasure,
always.
Guys. Always a pleasure.
Likewise.
Yeah, Andre, everybody else watching, thanks for watching. The next session starts in half an hour from now. And from us, it's good evening, safe trading. Cheers, guys.
Enjoy it.
See you later.
See you later.
Hello, Mike. Michael. Can you hear me?
Hello,
Hello,
hello.
Aymane. How are you?
I'm good, Sam. And you? How are you doing, Michael?
I'm very good. I think Michael is he's got his mic on mute. I'm not sure why. Maybe grab his attention, Michael.
We are live, Michael.
We'll give him a second.
It's okay.
I think maybe he has some technical difficulties. Man, what a
Yeah.
trading day. Whew. That was a tough day. I'm not gonna lie to you.
It is a tough day, and it's it's funny because we mentioned, I think yesterday, if you remember, Sam, that when last thing I explained, when we have, let's say, two candles that took previous week close green, and the other one took the previous week and close red. And I said that's most of the time when this pattern happen, we stay in a range. If you remember, yeah. So literally, this is what's happened today. But when I saw like the first 5 minutes at the New York Open, I thought like, okay, we are breaking. So
yeah, we're going up.
yeah.
I thought the same.
We are breaking.
I got into a buy trade, got stopped out, and then I was like, okay, I think my original idea that we're going to have some kind of drop is true. Got in for a short position, went my way, and then literally stopped me out with one wick because it had this nasty kind of range at one point. It was just for an hour, like really choppy. Wicked me out. I entered again. This camera's doing a thing again. I entered again, and okay, I entered again, and then luckily that one worked out, and I got out at the exact right spot. Maybe if I move back, I don't know.
Maybe.
Oh,
yep.
There we go.
It works.
But yeah, I think Michael has a few technical difficulties. Ooh, my chair's decided to be a bit funny. 1 second. Oh, there we go. And yeah, I think I'm not sure where Michael is. I think he definitely has some technical difficulties.
Yeah, for sure. But definitely the market today.
He's there, Michael.
Hey, what's up, guys?
All good. How are you?
Sorry about that.
That's
I'm
all right.
good. I'm good. I got a new setup. I like turn my stuff this way, so
nice.
That's why you don't see my regular background. But yeah, I'm good to go now. It's looking like so.
Awesome. I like
the
on
the back. Yeah, is it some trading codes or something?
Discipline, success, ambition, discipline, success. Very nice.
Where's
the t-shirt, Michael?
Oh, it's coming. I know, man. And you know what's so crazy today, Sam? Literally, I thought about you. I said, "Oh, Sam's gonna get me for this one because I got this clean setup. I got a clean setup today on GN, guys. I think I called this on Monday. I don't know if I mentioned it to you guys, but I know I mentioned it yesterday to Paul and Jannie. But sure enough, this thing goes exactly how it's supposed to, and it was really perfect. So, yeah,
awesome.
That's not my days. That's how my day's going.
So like you had a good day.
In the Forex side, it was trending today. Like it's
I was really only looking at GN, but that was really it for me. Let me see if I can pull this up.
Yeah, pull it up. Let's have a look.
Of course. Let's see. What is this? All right, let me close trading view. This thing is acting like it's, I don't know.
No worries. Take your time. Take your time.
Yeah, matter of fact, why don't you go ahead and jump in first? Let me get this.
Sure. All right. I'll show my trade or my trades. I took 3 trades today. I very nearly ended up negative today. Very, very nearly ended up negative. That light in the background would be red. Long story short, today was a disaster. It started out really bad for me. Let me just pull up these things. Here we go. So This is the open. We're just about to open, actually, a couple of seconds away from the open. And look, I mean, the market's been bullish, right? It opened very bullish, really strong buy pressure. I thought, all right, we're quite low in the range. If you look really carefully at the bottom here on the candlestick chart, you can see we're in a range. We're near the bottom of the range, in a gap in volume. This is a gap in volume, basically touched it, started off really bullish. All right, I'm assuming we're going to continue now. We're going to keep going up.
Right.
So not long after, I kind of just wait for a bit of confirmation. I see this beautiful 970 right there, big cluster of buyers right there. So all I'm waiting now is the market to push down into that area again, where I can enter a nice buy, and we should be going up nicely. So I literally wait for the market to go into it. Here we go. I'm just looking for the buyers to come back in with a bit of aggression before I enter any buy position. I'm looking for it. And I can start seeing these numbers dropping. Sellers are coming in quite strong, but they're not really doing much. Buyers absorbing it. You can see that quite clearly, actually. That's a beautiful way to see it, actually. So look at that, 490 on the sell side, right? So a lot of sellers. But then look what happens right
above
after.
that too.
Exactly. Huge amount of sellers, right? And look how they just start dropping. So back to 300 and then all the way back. And you see that wick. These buyers are just absorbing that sell pressure. So that was enough for me to say, yeah, buyers are coming in that area. Entered my positions. I'll fast forward it. Things played out pretty well for the most part. Had a really tight stop. Target was quite realistic at first. I put my target just above the last highs. This is a gap in volume. Where this black line is the start of another gap in volume. So I thought just to be nice and safe, I'll target that area. I do then change my target to a really unrealistic target, as you know I like to do. And the market just kind of moves nicely. I move my now target quite high up, thinking, okay, look, if it breaks through that area, rather than just get out, I take profit, I'll kind of watch it. And if I decide to get out manually, I'll get out manually. And then these sellers just come out of nowhere, man. I'm up quite a bit. Everything's looking smooth. It's looking good. I'll just fast forward it a bit. And out of nowhere, sellers start coming in. And then I'm like, okay, look, I'll either get stopped out or it doesn't, I don't know. Like, so I just allowed myself to get stopped out. I didn't even get out the trade. I was just like, come on, it has to reverse. Like, this is ridiculous. We got so close to the original target, and now it's just reversed. And if I just fast forward it, at this point, I'm pretty sure I'm getting stopped out here. And yeah, boom, got stopped out right there. 1500 down the drain. That's when I start thinking, okay, look, my original idea of it being a short, because I don't know if you were in that session, Michael, but Aymane definitely was. In the last 2 days, I said that we should have some kind of pushback. We should have like
I think you said that Monday. You mentioned it Monday.
So I thought, okay, maybe this is actually it now. Maybe today is the day where we kind of push down a bit. So I changed my bias. Now what I'm looking for is we've completely broke through this gap in volume. I'm looking for it to come back into this area as a retest, and then I can short it down. That's my new strategy, so to speak, right? Not strategy, but my new idea. So we've broken through. We're come back into it right now. And I am basically just waiting for some sellers to come in, and I enter my positions. And again, this trade starts working out quite nicely. Right? It starts going into my favor. Everything's looking good. My take profit is, there's multiple places where I can put my take profit. Number one, the first gap in volume is right here, this blue area here. This would be the first sort of area where I'd have to kind of keep my eye on it. Number two is down here. number 3 is down here, number 4 is all the way down here. So I just place it on the second one. But again, I'm happy to get out here if it reaches it, and if I see some buy pressure come in, I'll probably get out, right? So I let it play out. I'm thinking this should be quick. Look how quick this market's moving down, right? It's just flooding down now, right? I'm up quite a bit. Everything's looking good. I'm thinking, okay, this is probably going to be what, 10 minutes at most, and we'll hit that area. So I'm very relaxed now. And then the most messed up thing happens.
No.
Where the market just decides to go sideways. And when I say sideways, I mean this was the most choppiest, nastiest market, right? So we're 20 minutes into the recording right now, right? Yeah. And this goes on for an hour. It just goes sideways for an hour. And it's choppy as hell, right? And at one point, it actually stops me out because it just wicks into my stop loss. So I'll just fast forward because, like I said, this is a whole hour this takes. I'm just in and out of profit constantly, right? You can see that pullback. Look at that wick on the 15-minute chart.
Nasty.
Really long wick. Completely nasty. Completely unnecessary, in my opinion. I don't know what the hell it's thinking. But this is the market. It has a mind of its own sometimes. And it just does this for almost an hour. You can just see these wicks. Look at that. Look at that. Look at all these nasty wicks. It's just the nastiest price action you'll see. Like, really, I hate being stuck in something like that.
Yes, we call it chop. Nobody likes chop at all.
Exactly.
I don't even like chopped salads.
And again, very close to my stop loss. I don't actually get stopped out right away. This one magically somehow avoid getting stopped out by like a pip or two. Then it goes back down. It goes back into my favor, and it goes really close, you know, getting down to the lows. I'm like, okay, now here's its move, and it just goes up again. Really nasty, choppy market. Not much really to look at other than just pure chop. I'll just keep forwarding it. I do get stopped out again somewhere here. It does happen. Where are we? Is it here? At any point now, I get stopped out. Oh, there we go. Just hit it. And then, yeah. And you can see these wicks. I mean, just look at the last few candles, right? Huge wick to the upside here, massive wick to the downside, another massive wick to the downside, another massive wick. I think a lot of people are expecting the market to go up now, so we're having a lot of that buy pressure come in. But I was still adamant we're going to take out at least these lows here, right? There's too much money sitting below that. I can see that the market is very it's choppy because there's both sides are being very aggressive, right? So there's got to be some kind of liquidity grab at some point. Sadly, I get stopped out just like by the pip again. I get stopped out here somewhere. I'll fast forward it. Yeah, we basically get stopped out here. And boom, I'm out. Then I wait. I'm now reassessing. Is it going to be bullish? Is it going to be bearish? I still have that bearish sentiment. I realize it's just wicked out of the like within the range, and probably now it's going to make its move down. So I jump in again, exact same trade, basically jump in again, put my stop a little bit above the last high, and boom, I'm again. But it takes time. It's still nasty and choppy for ages and ages and ages, right? And eventually, I'll just fast forward it. You can see how long this takes to play out.
Man, he was not lying.
Yeah, hour and a half. Yeah, and I'm watching it constantly, like constantly watching it. So I'm just tired at this point. I just want to get out of this trade, but I don't want to get out at break even or something. I feel that it's going to drop at least back down to the lows. And then out of nowhere, boom, it just starts flooding down. Finally, after all that chop, look at all that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 15-minute candles of just nastiness of up, down, up, down, up, down. And then eventually we start flooding down and hit the first take profit level. All right, the first area where I'll be happy to get out. So now I've got my finger on the close button. I'm just looking, are we going to break this level, or is there going to be a retracement? Because there's no way in hell I'm holding another retracement. I'm just sick and tired of it at this point. You know, I'm just happy I'm in profit now at this point.
Yes.
And then I think I see a bit of buy pressure come in, and I'm just like, nope, I'm out. And very lucky that I did that, got out there. Very lucky, because if we actually look at where it was, it's that wick right there.
Ooh.
That is where I got out. Literally.
What? Seriously?
To the T, yeah.
Wow. You had to get some of that luck back, because after them other wicks that they went against, you had to get some love for the day.
Exactly. I'm so glad I just decided to get out and not hold, because I would have got stopped out again. So I got out at the perfect spot. And then it just reversed. It's gone back to the top, and now it's just, I don't know what the hell it's just doing. I feel like it's just going to range. It will break out at some point, but all this, I'm sure many people got frustrated here. I'm sure a lot of people got caught in this. It looks like it was about to go up and then down and up and down, and there was no clear direction. I think I got lucky for the most part that we, you know, did take out these lows. Otherwise, I probably would have got stopped out again. So yeah, I'll say about 20% skill, 80% luck today.
No, definitely skill, and especially on the ranging market. Like when you finish the day green, I'm not saying this just because I finished green, but when you finish green in this type of markets, like
yes,
like you know what you are doing. For me, like the way I approach ranging market, and especially when you noticing it early, because to be honest, like to notice that we will be ranging, sometimes it take you, let's say, a lot of choppiness to understand that we are choppy. But if you, let's say, try to understand not before, but a little bit earlier than this crazy choppiness, like you look, basically that's what I do. I look just for base hits. I look just for a 10-20 points, and I look for a big candle, of course, with delta, and come back to the range. Big candle, come back to the range. And that's what I did. I did today. Like if I can show my screen.
Absolutely.
If you finish.
Yeah, let's check it out.
I don't want to look at another chart for the next for the next 24 hours. Today is
he's still trying to get your blood pressure down.
Yeah, so let's see just the daily. So daily we were still on the upper limit of this supply here. So you can see we took this previous week, come back, closed red, and we got continuation. So this is, let's say, the limit of the supply. Yes, the momentum is still strong, it's still bullish. My plan today was, to be honest, okay, let's zoom in on the 1 hour. So yeah, we were bullish, we are up. I had my first unmitigated zone. I had it here. So let's just show it. Same way I draw my supply and demand. You can see this candle here. It took the previous candle low with this wick, close green, got continuation. Yes, it annoys me a little bit, this big push here, because normally when I see this, let's say at the end, I'm expecting a reversal. I will say, I will show you later why. So I had this unmitigated demand here. So my A plus setup, I will buy from here, let's say. And if we broke, because there is still enough space lower, I was ready to buy from this same, took this previous candle low, close green. So I was ready to buy from the 21,123 and also the 21,287. So when we go to the 15-minute charts, so this is a 30-minute demand. So it was a little bit choppy. And I think I mentioned this yesterday, Sam, that when we see this type of candle from two sides, you see here, we took this previous wick and we close green. And this next one, we took this previous wick and close red. So for me, to be honest, I was waiting for the 5 minutes closure, maybe at the open, and get some confirmation here and some absorption, and then take, maybe I was, to be honest, I was ready to take sell here aggressively. But when the markets open, like, and I was following the delta charts, so this is what happened. We got straight break, so we broke all those.
Crazy, right?
Yeah, so we got, and I said, okay, maybe we are not ranging. I am wrong. So let's just focus on what I am seeing. So let's switch back to the delta just to show how it looks like. So this is like the delta chart. So let's see. Let's delete this. So we had 1,053 cluster. So for me, like, I needed to see a straight continuation. But what happened is, yes, those buyers or those clusters, yes, they could be aggressive buyers and we will continue push down. Or maybe those people who sold the market, because a stop loss is a limit order. It's a buy stop. Yes. Yeah, it's a buy stop. So when you enter sell, you have your buy stop. So when the market take you out, actually it's a buy order. It's a buy stop. So I said, okay, I need to see straight continuation. If not, I'm ready to scalp this big candle. As you know me, I like always to trade the reversal of this sort of candle, and especially when we have this big candle in all this, let's say, price action. So I waited next 5 minutes, and we had this candle. We took this previous wick, close red, close into the supply. Of course, I didn't sell directly. I waited for the next candle to see if we are pushing down, and I got my confirmation on the 30-second, and I took approximately, I think, 25 to 23 points. I didn't expect that we will all the way came back to take those low. I said, okay, maybe we will hold this price a little bit, come back, fail, and then we will push down, and it will be bearish today. That's what I said. And then I switched to the 15 minutes, wait for the 15 minutes candle to close. And then I said, okay, here I said, I confirm today will be a ranging market because of what I said earlier. And because of the 15 minutes come back and close inside this resistance here. So we took this previous week close green. We took this previous week close red, and we came back to the support. So yeah, I was willing to buy still from here, but I was more, let's say, I'm not gonna aim for the highs or the low, because there's too many obstacles between them, between, and especially when you see like the delta, especially on the 15 minutes. So even though I buy on this 30-minute demand, we had a 15 minutes candle, which is interesting. We had this 541 cluster, we had this 1016 cluster. So it was a lot of obstacle between. So I took the first trade here, and then I was waiting for my demand, and I got stopped out on this trade. So I want just to not anticipate, but I want to take the reaction, but it stopped me out. It was early, but this trade was still valid. So so we are in a 30-minute demand, and what I would like to see is, I took another trade before here. So we take off those lows and we get this 1 minute. We took this previous week, close green, and on the delta charts, this is how it looks on the 5 minutes. So we have, I remember, a 200 something cluster, and we were not pushing down. Yes, 286. So when we took those lows and we start pushing, I took the buy. So I took the buy again, just base hits. And then I waited for a 5 minutes, this 5 minutes candle to close. And normally this is my confirmation, as you know how I trade, like the 30-minute demand, and then we got this candle here. It took this previous week and closed green. But for me, the size like matters, so it's too big. And because I know it's ranging markets, I was waiting on the 1 minute, a big, not big, but a bearish candle, and then come back to the range. So just waited right here, and then I answer when I saw the momentum is coming back. I answer another buy, and just to show the 5 minute delta, I think it was somewhere here. Yes, so we have a minus 144 at the low of the candle. So at the low of the candle, plus we are inside. It's a little bit choppy, sorry guys, but it's a little bit choppy. But we are inside. We touched this 30-minute demand, and we are inside this candle that took this previous candle low. Plus, we had this minus 144 at the low of the candle. Yes, I entered a little bit early because I was expecting just it's an absorption. Just go back to those supplies. Yes, we came back still a little bit lower, come back and took my base hits. So definitely today was tricky, maybe just because I was in the zone, and just I noticed that's it could be like a ranging market. It could be, especially for me when I see big candles, and I think this price action is price action normally that I see on the Mondays. So on Mondays, this yeah, so this price action normally, and I said it in my head when I was trading, normally this sort of price action is Monday's price action. But maybe also because we didn't have any news, like nothing.
Not till tonight I saw that too.
Yeah, so no clear, let's say pre-markets, red folder news, something, let's say to move the market. We didn't have it. So it's typical Monday price action. And for me, like when I see like those confirmation candle that I trade, like big like this, I feel like I am trading Mondays, and trading Mondays, it's Monday's price action. It's not the same, because yes, I got the confirmation here. Normally I buy stop loss lower, but it's a big candle, so I wait always the retracements, wait for some big candles like this inside the range and push higher. And to be honest, like later we had a really good setup. It's right here. This is one of the favorite that I would like to take. So big candle coming back to the range, and take this previous wick and go higher. But again, just choppy day.
Yeah.
And I forgot to mention one thing also, like about the buys I took, and especially when we were here up a little bit, this 1 hour candle. So this 1 hour candle took this previous wick and closed green also. So yeah, even though it's choppy, but it will be choppy and pushing higher. So that was my narrative for today. But the key for me today was more just noticing that it will be ranging. First, due to the pattern I showed, and second thing also, there was no red folder news, nothing. Like it was more like flat. It was like Monday.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, I gotta say you handled that today.
Yeah.
Like, bro, you handled
Very
that really
well.
well. Nice, in and out, good scalps. Unlike me, who was a complete mess for almost 2 hours.
Yeah.
Another thing too is for you to like, you know, have that second plan, right? Because I'll be honest, that first move looked like that was the short, but for you to stick to your plan, and then it paid out for you in the terms of you didn't get stopped out, right? With that huge candle at the open, that puts you in on heel, right? Like, all right, what I think I see may or may not be here. Let's just be extra mindful right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and especially as a scalper or as an intraday trader, like you have to keep yourself updated, because for me, this is how I was thinking. Let's go back. oops. Let's go back more. So the way I was thinking is, yes, I have a demand here still unmitigated. So maybe the price will come here. And I was seeing those type of wicks that we are pushing. So on the 5 minutes, 15 minutes, this annoys me a little bit. So I said it will be a choppy day, but at least let's take a sell for the first 30 minutes of the markets open. Maybe it will be volatile and then the volatility will drop. And I was waiting for this 5 minute to close. And it was crazy because I was looking at the footprint and those orders, like it was like not just 200 by 200, especially this 500. Like it was like 500 contracts showing up like this, boom, 500. Here also it was, I think, 700 contracts showing straight away 700. And then I said, okay, so maybe to be honest here, it was in my mind, I said maybe today is one of those days that we open and like yesterday, we open and straight going higher. But after this candle right here, I was a little bit, let's say, yes, I had a cluster here, but this one was more bigger than this. So I was confident enough to take a small short here, but definitely like staying updated in this type of markets, like it's really important. And for me, the key, yes, I'm not it's not every time it's like this. Of course, sometimes you get stopped out instantly, 2-3 trades instance. But the key for me, like to handle this type of markets, in my opinion, again, that's everyone like have different way of thinking, is just the base hits, like just 20 points, 25 points, and that's it.
Yeah. No, that was nice. That was nice.
No, really nice.
It looked like you almost got hit by a car right there, but you looked up and seen it was a bus coming.
Aymane performs really well in like the hardest market conditions.
Yeah.
And then when there's like a beautiful trend, he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna short market."
Yeah. No, I love it.
But it's true. It's true. Like yesterday, I go to social media, everyone is making money, and for me, like I was struggling to trade yesterday. Like it's yeah, it's
we
true,
need
like,
to we need to connect when the market is really choppy. I'm gonna call you up and be like, give me a signal.
Right.
When the market is nice and calm and trending,
I will call you. Okay.
Yeah, what is going on right now? Because you know what it is? Don't ever forget, Aymane got the market makers on speed now because he called them and texted them a few times for me.
That's exactly it.
Just in this Q2, in Q1 they were against me. Trust me, I had terrible Q1.
Yeah, no, that's nice though. Well, cool. I got everything set up, everything good. I'm gonna go through my regular ones, but I'm gonna start with this one, right? Which is GN. I called on Monday. I was saying, hey, this thing is possibly gonna set up, and when it does, there's no way I'm gonna miss this setup. There's just no way. So I had alert set. Everything was just geared up for this trade. I'm actually in this right now at, what price is this? My price was in at 25. Yeah, 25. So 25 was, about right here where we got in this, right? And I was with my team, everybody was here, and I'm like, all right, if I was like, this thing's about to set up right at 9 o'clock, right? So we're sitting here waiting, and I'm like, I said, oh, if we don't get this close at 9 o'clock, actually was right here. Yeah, if we don't get this close above, dang, that's so funny. It looked like it did on this one. That's so interesting. That's so crazy. So anyway, on the 4-hour chart, right, I was looking for, I wanted this to close really above the 200 EMA, right? This candle here to close above this white 200 and this red 13, right? But if you look at this, it's not really above it. It's kind of on it, right? Like So I wasn't fully confident in essence in putting all my trading this one setup on all my accounts. I was so close. I had it up on my master account, had the stop loss in there and everything. I was moments away from clicking this button and executing on all the accounts, right? When I didn't see the close, I'm like, see, that's for me, that's a hard rule, as y'all know. Like, one of my 4 things is, you know, the third one, which would be I need that 4-hour confirmation. That's my higher time frame confirmation. So when I didn't see it confirm that on the 4, I was a little trepidatious about it. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to still take this because this is just too good not to take. But I didn't take it on all my accounts. I just took it on one of my 2 of my accounts. So my OLI and this one. But I didn't take it on the main one, basically, which executes on all of them. But either way, once, of course, right after this happens, because you already know how market makers do, right after this, let me scoot this down. This looks a little big. How can I move this over? Oh, here we go. Yep, I need to be it. Didn't need to be that large. All right, so when this came over here and closed here, I took it. I couldn't help. I couldn't not take it at all, because on a 1-hour chart, this is gorgeous, right? This clearly closed above this blue 800 EMA. It's slight, but it's there. So I took this, and I took it with a full position, actually, on both those 2 accounts. And then it's pulled back slightly. And yeah, it kind of took off from there. And sure enough, I'm like, look how sneaky these people are, because had they just closed a little bit above on the higher time frame, I would have took this, like, fully been in it on all the accounts. But it's always annoying when this happens, right? Where it's like, I was so close to pressing the button on all of them because of that one final confirmation, which for me is a hard rule, right? Like, I needed to be on the right side on the 4-hour chart. But it didn't do it. So I was like, this one's so close. I'm like, all right, y'all, I'm not putting everything on here. I'm still going to take this, but I'm not finna take it on all the accounts. And sure enough, this thing pops up, and it was up 50 pips pretty quick. And I'm just sitting there like, why did they have to do that? Right? Like, why? But I took a quarter of this off, and then I moved my stop loss to 45 here. And this is what I mean when I say I like to just scoot it up just a little bit, right? Actually, I'm going to change this because this already happened. I'm just going to change this to out at BE. So I don't have to look at this anymore. Then I'm just going to scoot this up to 45. Is this at 45? Oh, it's already at 45. Anyway, this is where my plus is at now. You know, this is me slightly trailing my stops. I want it to be below this green shift candle. If it comes all the way down here, I don't want to be in this trade anymore anyway, right? But I don't want to close it just yet, because this thing could easily bounce off these 2 zones, which we got that zone right here, right? We got the other one right here. This could easily just bounce off of this and keep going. So I'm not going to close this until 355, as you guys know, or it's going to come down here and take me out at break even. Now, if we get another green candle that closes above here, like above this structure, then of course I will move my stop loss up even further, right? Probably to, at this point, which is about 24.80. So yeah, I'm just managing this position. Something that was cool, Aymane, I don't know if you remember when I took the EU trade, I had mentioned that the girl, we talked about risk management, her name's Amber, and she ended up closing the trade early. And
yeah, she did it again.
No, she did good today, right? So today she did good. She sent the message and she said, it feels so good to know, to feel comfortable in this trade based off my mistakes from last time. And I was like, you see, that's what it's all about right there. Right. So yeah, I'm like, look, you're slowly trailing your stops and we closing at 355. Like that's all it is. So she's actually going to be able to get the full ride this time, you know, and she learned pretty quick. It's not like she did it, make the same mistake 3-4 times, and then she's telling me this, right? She did it. She caught on to it the very next play. So
fair play. Yeah, that's great, and especially like when she like the person understand that yes, you can get lucky one time you close early than the other person and it work for you, but
yep,
most of the time you will see the difference in PNL. So
yep,
same
every
strategy,
day.
same entry. Yeah.
Yep, every
100%.
day. So yeah, just those little nuggets, you know what I mean? And like is always good to give. Like, yo, this is how we're doing it, right? Like just slowly do it and just, you know, don't close it just yet. Because what's gonna end up happening is this could totally I just came up, just bounce off this, and then just continue to go up. And if I close my trade right here and it does that, you know how that would make me feel? Especially, whoops.
Oh, you got an alert?
Yeah, that was this alarm that we're looking at now. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure if I wasn't in front of the chart that I was going to look at it. I'm not going to close this, as I'm just mentioning this could easily turn around. And yeah, so this wasn't a bad one at all. Like I said, I caught this a little bit earlier this week, Monday, and I mentioned it yesterday. So super cool to see it play out. And just for you just to pound this home, as I always say. Oh, oops, I did not mean to do that. This is the 5,200, so you already know. From there, we're looking for that. Once the 5,200 cross, right? We know we're in level 2, right? And we're looking for that W or M, in this case M, off the 200, right? So we got that move here. The next move would be, the next thing that we would be looking for is, now this doesn't count, right? So once the 5,200 cross, we're looking for price to touch the 200, where right here it does, right here on this 200 EMA. But if you look down at the TDI, you can see that the market baseline is still above the static line. So this is not the trade, like this little fake W going up thing. That's not it. That's not a W, because there's no reload. As I always say, on this particular trade, level 2 M or W off the 200, no reload, no trade, right? So this does not count. But as you see here, this is why perfect W, right? Right off this 200 EMA. And what do we also have? Market baseline went below the static for the reload, right? This is the move. This is the move. This is the move every single time, right? As long as it looks like this and we got everything to confirm. 5,200 cross, reload on the TDI, W pattern off the 200, long. This is it. Again, the only thing we didn't have is that 4-hour confirmation, right? So this was slightly riskier, to be honest, which is, again, why I didn't put all my accounts on this, because it came so close. Like, I literally couldn't believe that it did this. I was like, are you kidding me? And nothing is more aggravating when they do it like this. Like, I'd rather them close with a pin at the top or something. Like, don't close so close like that. That's what made it annoying.
Aymane and his market makers.
I
will try.
So yeah, this was really nice, guys. Like, beautiful trade. What I liked about this is this came nearly like the way they come down here and grab these orders below this blue tracer. And then when this came over here and attempted to do it, it didn't break this. This was enough. This let me know that anything below this was good. Like, this was good to go. They really didn't want to come all the way back down here. They're trying to trap the traders, short and pull it away from them. And then was another great, I'll say, candlestick pattern. Is these wicks down here, wick down, and then you got this huge, what I call a shift candle. This green candle has no wicks on the bottom. Well, it got a super small one. They don't even really count. Little to no wicks is what we call it. Like, even if you look at the top, right? Like, there's really no wicks on the top of this candle. So this green candle was a nice shift candle. They want to pull everything away from this zone, close above all these EMAs. 3 EMAs, almost 4. 1350 and a 200, they out of there at this point. They gone. They slowly pulling this away at this point. So this was a beautiful pattern, beautiful setup. And it's also, which doesn't have to happen. I just like when it happens. It's extra confirmation. This was a beautiful candlestick pattern on top of all of that.
Yeah.
So just really nice altogether. Love how the market baseline is slanting to the upside now. This thing is about to cross back over to the upside. And yeah, so this was nice. This was really the only trade that I took today. The rest of them look regular. But yeah, I was just how I was stalking EU last week. I was stalking GN today.
Yeah. No, really nice. That was really nice.
Gorgy.
It's nice when it plays out. It's nice when it works out.
Mm-hmm. Check this out though, right? So now this is GU, right? Like we kind of, I went on with you guys yesterday. That was on Monday. I think I drew this up yesterday, but just look how prices played out versus to what I kind of drew, right? Does it look exactly like it? Of course not. But you can see them attempting to make the move.
Yeah.
Now, this is really ugly, but they're still attempting to do it. Like, this is not a clean move, so I would never take this. But it's just the fact that it's still there. Like, whether it's pretty and you want to take it, you know, that's something else, right? So, just as always, I'm just put 5,200 cross. Oh, what in the world? Whoa. 5,200 cross. We know we're in level 2, right? In this case, we're looking for M's. I'll put W first. WMs off the 200, right? So same thing, but just the other way around, really, right? As soon as you, again, once this 5,200 cross, we're looking for that pattern off the 200. Now, just like the other one, as I mentioned, this does not count for the simple fact that if you look down, market baseline has not gone above the static. So this is not an M off the 200. This does not count. Even if you try to say it did, if you really look at this, there was really no way to get into this trade. This is one solid 1 hour candle. It's just not good. And as I mentioned, when the first leg is high up here like this, outside the band as well, and the second one is lower like this, you can't take this trade until price breaks this area here, which it did, but all the way down here. Like this was nothing. The move you was looking for is what I drew over here, right? Which is, again, attempting to or kind of making. You got the real outside the band, right? This first leg over here, then you got this second funky looking leg, which is interesting because most of the time when you have outside the band like this is the outside structure. So price shouldn't go higher than this, but in this case it did. This what makes this ugly. You never want your second leg higher than your first one when you have outside the band like this. This is ugly. This actually clues me into the fact that they might do a third leg, and this might end up looking like a head and shoulders pattern more than anything. Because you don't really, this is just ugly. This is ugly. So scooting this over, matter of fact, I'm gonna just take all of this off. What we more or less would be looking for from this is something like this, right? This over here does not even count anymore because of this move here. All right, this will look something like this as well. Market baseline, as you can see, now is above the static. So now we have a real reload. And that's how you can tell this is actually the real move, right? The other one to the left is a fugazi.
Fugazi.
Yeah.
Fugazi.
Yeah.
It's a wussy.
Yeah. It's a fugazi. Hey, I've seen the movie 100 times. I know all the parts. Right. So, but yeah, this would be more or less the move, right? Kind of like what you're looking for. All it needs to make sense is the risk to reward, which may or may not. But that's a little bit separate. Oh, that ain't bad. It's like right there. Yeah, most definitely once it gets to this 800 EMA, you want to be at break even no matter what, though, just in case this thing bounces off. But as far as GU, I'm not touching that until it looks more like this. You gotta look real, not like it's the Hunchback of Notre Dame trade over here. It's ugly. ugly. So that's GU. Then we got GJ. Same thing I've been saying about GJ for a minute now, right? GJ is way too high for me to touch. You can't touch this thing for a minute. Now this could, and I'm telling y'all now, today's Wednesday, this could totally set up for a master trade for me, and I'm gonna smash this trade if it does, right? And I'm pointing this out because when you do the full markup, you can see we got the 5,200 cross, right? So we already know what this is. This move, does this count? Let's look. I think this does. Let's see. Yeah, this does count, right? And the reason this does count, I think I mentioned this too, is we got, this isn't just wicks. This is a close, right? And we also have market baseline going below the static for the reload. So this W does count, right? Like you could have actually taken this trade. That wouldn't have been a bad trade to take, and as you see, would have paid out. I think we talked about this last week, right? Now, there's only one W in the cycle, right? So when we see this move over here, this whatever move here, even though we got the reload and everything, and it plays out, this does not count. This is not a move. You only get one W in the cycle, not two. This is the second W in this cycle. So I wouldn't have been interested in taking this second one, only the first one. This is one of those times where, how they say, some traders like, oh, well, it worked out this time. And it's like, yeah, this time. Have you paid attention to how many times it doesn't work? Right? This first W is 80%. I say somewhere around 75, 80% if everything lines up the way it should. So let's say you got a 75% chance of this working out, 25% chance of it not working out. This next W is the opposite. This has a 25% chance of working out, and you just happen to see it work out this time, right? Typically, it doesn't. That's why you got to stay away from that. This is not a good trade to take. Now, maybe, if you just taking continuations, whatever, maybe that could be something, but I wouldn't take this. GJ has really just been on a run up, so that's really why I just made a whole nother level. And they could have also made a reset off this 800 EMA. Right, so they kind of made the pattern over here and then reset off here and then started all over again and made the W. Right, but this is hard to tell and see that, and again, that is not a high probability setup to me. So I always stay away from the second W. So this first one, hell yeah, this counts. The second one, hell no, it does not count. I would not touch that. Right now, what I do want to point out is, this is what I mean when I say this is the peak now. Now we're talking about that, that peak formation. I've been saying for the last few days, I really wasn't touching either one of them unless it turned around, really, which is now where we are. And I can easily see that because we got this 1350 cross right here. This is starting to turn around. This is bottoming out. And if you look at the market baseline, you see it slowly curving on down. It's almost in the past the static line at the moment, right? So this is an ugly M top, right? It's not really a M formation for a top, but it is still a peak high. It's like one of those what I would call variations to the theme. It's not going to look like a clear W or M every time. If that was the case, everybody would take that trade, right? So this is ugly. It's an ugly peak formation, but I know now, right? We are in level 1. And we're in level 1 because the 1350 cross, we're not in level 2 like the other ones. Why? Because there's no 5200 cross, right? Once the blue and the white cross, we're in level 2, but when the blue and the red cross, you're in level 1. So I'll be looking for the move coming out of the box. Once this cross, I want it to obviously come down, not touch that 200, as I always say, hit this, and then run to the 200. That move is this move right here. As I always say, I just want them to come and retest this exact zone right here. All right, same thing over here. Go ahead and come over and do that little funny whatever thing you want to do and touch that zone right here. Run down, cross, and go ahead and touch that right there. I will smash this trade if this sets up like this. Secondly, that's the chart. Obviously, you need to have the TDI doing the same thing. So we need to see that TDI curve on down like that. And we want the RSI line and the signal line to both come above the market baseline like this and then drop. Right? Once we get that, then the full confirmation is there. We know we at in a cycle, be level 1, looking for bounces off the 200, off the 50. All right? We have that pattern, which would be that bounce off of this area, that break and retest. Hopefully, we can get some higher time frame confirmation on the 4-hour chart. Hopefully, right? And I don't get sitting there looking crazy like I do today on GN, taking it on 2 accounts instead of 10. Right? So hopefully we get that. And then obviously, lastly, would be that close below the 13. Right? Once all of those come in place, that's it. That's all. I'll be all over it. Right. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, we got the next few sessions together. So if this sets up like this, a few people ask, because I always do GU and GJ. I just mentioned GU. I'm not touching that till, until it actually gets itself together and turns around. It looks like it. And this one needs to come and actually complete the cycle. Right. I don't want to touch neither one of those until it does these exact 2 things. Right, take this off too, and yeah, that's pretty much it. I was looking at, what was that? Was that AF? Those are the main 2. I think it was AF as well.
I think on Monday as well, you entered a trade on Aussie New Zealand.
Yeah, was that AN?
I'm pretty sure it was Aussie New Zealand.
Yeah. I didn't make any money off of it. That's how I know. Oh, yep. This was on Monday. I remember this. I took the ID50 move. Yep. This thing ended up going back down. Let's see, where was that? Where were we on this? Oh, yep.
It was there, right there. It would have hit the TP.
Yep. So let's see. So this was yesterday. Oh no, was that Monday? The 13th? Oh, that was Tuesday. Oh, I know. It was this one. It was this one right here. Yeah, it was this right here. Yep. This was the ID50 move. So yeah, this one a little bit. By the time we end up getting off, I think it was slightly up. I just closed it. As I mentioned, I don't really like to take AUD NZD outside of Asia because it's 2 Asia pairs. This one just, the ID50 just set up so nice, I had to take it. And by the time you start getting like closer on over to there, these candles were super small. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and
sorry, Michael, just maybe I will take a trade, but I want to share first.
Of course.
Perfect conditions for Aymane. Chaos.
I know what happened. He texts his market maker buddies. He said, the coast is clear. Go ahead.
So we came back to supply, and we have this 534 at the top. So I'm looking to short from here just to come back. Let me see. The only thing that I am still, let's say, waiting for, because we have this 500 here cluster and we got the break. Now we are retesting it. So we will see how we will react to this area right here before shorting. I was looking actually to sell when Michael was talking, but here, like this minus 270, I want to take a quick, let's say 40 ticks. And then I was looking into the delta and I saw big cluster, big one. So I want to see like how the price will react to it before taking it. So if I come back, so I will wait. 1 minute left to the 1 hour close. This week, I don't like it how this week looks.
No.
So we could come back, at least test the 25% of this week. Definitely we are in a supply.
I tell you what though,
Mhm.
on the NAS, it never took out the low. On the ES, it did.
Oh
Yep.
wow.
So
You can switch.
yeah. No, it was good when it took out the low. I was in a short position. If it didn't take out the low, I would have got stopped out.
Aha, okay. Sorry.
Pure luck.
So pure luck.
Dodged a bullet.
If we see the 15 minute, I like the 15 minute to take a short scalp. But the 5 minutes is still, what do you think, Sam?
For a short?
For a short till this area here.
I mean, yeah, that could more. Let me have a look at on my end. It could definitely happen. It's on the point of control on the E. Actually, let me switch to the NAS because it might be different. It's just being very slow. NQ, here we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just above the point. The point of control is just below.
I'm gonna take the sell. I will really tight stop.
Go for it.
Yeah.
And 10 points is right here. 10 point stop. So let's see if we're gonna get the 10 points.
Why not?
Why not? Actually, also on the 30 minutes, when we check the 30 minutes, I know it's not my time to trade, but still, it's
go.
Yeah, there is still this 740 to test. So if it come back to test this 730, I think I'm already out with the 10 points. So let's see. Yeah, it's going good.
Yeah, there'll definitely be a small push down. I would say up until around the lowest. I would 21,346.
We touched the 743 cluster, so I'm gonna go break even.
I think you'll be all right with your take profit. I think we'll get hit. I think that's
because we touched the 743. This 743. So let's see how.
It is in a very small gap, but nothing major, and it's approaching the point of control.
Yeah,
might go down a little bit, but where your take profit is really the lowest I'd expect it to go.
Let's see.
3 minutes, big push inside the support. Oh, yeah.
Break even. Yeah.
Break even. It was good that I moved break even. Always break, because we had a lot of things right here. Like this big cluster here, we don't know yet how the price will react to it, and especially on the 30 minutes. So yeah, let's go back.
Not bad.
So on the 30 minutes, we had this 743. Yes, we touched it, and now we are reacting to it. Yeah. So it was a good break even. That's but
most important thing.
Robert said,
"Let it break even."
Yep.
Sorry.
Robert said, since you're going short, he's going to take a long go against you.
Let's go, Robert.
I think you should do the opposite, Robert.
But definitely this week right here, we could come back fill this week. Why not? Why not, Sam? Call them, please, Sam.
Well, what are you looking at? Sorry. The 1 hour. Fill the wick. Yeah. It's a tough one, man. It's very hard. I mean, if you're looking at like micro scalping, if I show the screen real quick on
Yes,
NQ,
micro scalping. That's
micro scalp.
the best Hola Prime scalper, Sam.
I'm not even a scalper anymore. I'm borderline swing trader after today.
You said after today, you said you.
I'm gonna have to update my bio. Position trader. I'm like Warren Buffett now. I'm holding. I hold for years.
I should put high frequency trade.
So, where was I? Yeah. So there was a gap where you this gap right here. There's another gap right here. So, like on the really small scale, if you draw out the volume profile, like any leg, so this leg down, right, from the top to the bottom, from here to here, on the 5 minute, and then you can kind of like figure out what might happen. So just based on how it interacts with the gaps. So it jumped, pushed up, rejected, broke through, came back on the other side. So that would be like a good buy position right there. So just where your take profit was, like just a bit below, would be a good buy. And then if you want to see, so that's how I would micro scalp and then use the volume. Sorry, use the footprint. And then as long as it lines up like other gaps. So there's another one that lines up quite nicely. There's one that lines up nicely on the upside. And yeah, so that one lined up so nicely right here. So when it dipped in, 2 separate gaps, filled it, boom, shoots up.
Yeah.
Came back in, 2 separate gaps, filled it, boom, shoots up. And then
and we have also
like
some big clusters on those gaps. So, yeah.
And then besides that, I can't actually see the volume. I'm gonna have to change it to a line graph so I can actually see. Here we go. Like a tiny gap, but something that's like, I don't know, almost one. You can kind of call it a gap, but nothing too special. But especially when it starts like trending, it works beautifully. If the market is like going up or going down nicely on like a trend, even on the on the short term, whenever it pulls back, if there's a gap there, buy into it, boom, buy into it, boom. But yeah, for micro scalping, it works really nicely. Just the only thing is your risk reward a lot of the time is going to be,
But
it depends how
just
you
1-to-1.
One-to-one generally. Like on this one, if you would have entered, your stop would have to be below it. So like here, and then your take profit would be the last like high. Which, all right, that would actually be a decent. That would be a 2.5. So that's not too bad. But a lot of the time they're like 1-to-1, even less sometimes. Like on that one, if you got in, and that's if you got in like perfect, you know, and then your high would be there, and then your stop would be just below it. So that one's a little bit. That's not bad actually as well. It's a bad example.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, they're not that great. But it only really works if it's actually like trending nicely though. Sideways, like, yeah. So like here is quite nice where it just pushed up nicely. So you draw the volume from here to here. And then like there's one real obvious gap right there. Now, obviously the market opened and went crazy, but before the market opened, you can see before it went all mad, as it came back into that gap, boom, shot up nicely. And then eventually it just broke through and just went insane for a bit. And like, that's how I used to micro scalp for the most part. I used to just find any like decent leg, draw the volume profile, and then just kind of wait. And that's pretty much it.
For me, sometimes like it depends on volatility. Like you can just use the 5 minutes footprint, and when you see, let's say, big cluster in the top, wait for the next candle to open, see that this big cluster on the top, they are not buyers, they are more sellers, because otherwise you will get straight continuation. And you can get like a 15 base hits, like 12 base hits really quickly.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, especially like exactly what you said there. Even with the program you use, Cluster Delta, if you got it on MT5 and you use the Delta indicator that they have, because it's like a bar chart at the bottom, it's really nice and clear. So you can just see that spike in Delta. And then especially on the 1 minute, if you ever see like a huge spike come out of nowhere, but then it's just like the market doesn't go anywhere. Like even here, like a big spike in the Delta, 778 on this candle, but the market doesn't actually go anywhere. And then the moment, like you see the Delta's dropping off, and the moment that reversal starts coming in, boom, sell it against it. Do you know what I mean? Like I used to do that. Go on, sorry.
No, and especially for me, like you have to be confident to pull the trigger, and especially like when, let's say you see some big clusters and we are trending, and you wait. You should not wait for the move to happen and then you sell based on that cluster. You have to be confident to pull the trigger, because otherwise you will miss you will ruin your risk reward if you, let's say, 1.2,
you might be a pip or two off.
Yes. So it's really important when you should have the confidence. Yes, wait just a couple of seconds for the candle to open, just to see that it's pushing, let's say, to take sell, and then pull the trigger. When the move, let's say 5 points, for me it's already gone.
Yeah. No, that's big.
No, you're 100% right.
That's really big, and that's exactly why you said it, right? Because you might be in, and if you're supposed to be in at, let's say, a 25 pip stop loss, right? And you're going for 50. That's a nice 2-for-1. In your mind, you think that. And when you would have did your homework, right, or your markups, you would have did that. But in the moment, when you mess around and hesitate, and now it's 5, 7, 8, 10 pips away, that's not 25 pips no more. Now you at like 30, 35. And now you at, instead of 2-for-1, you at 1.5 or something. It just totally ruins the P&L. Like you got to be laser sharp, guns up, ready to go. Full confidence.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Let's go back, share the screen, see if there is something.
There we go.
Yeah,
this is exactly what I mean too. If you mind, Aymane, I'm just going to show something real quick. Unless you finish up in a trade.
No, it's okay.
No,
it's okay.
Okay. This is exactly what I mean when I say that these guys are sneaky, right? At this exact moment, remember my alert went off, and I said I don't want to close this because what'll happen is I'm gonna be pissed if they come and bounce off this area and just go back higher. And that's exactly what they're doing.
You got to turn off your mic. That's what it is. You say it out loud, it's gonna happen. Do you know?
Yeah. But this is exactly why you can't close it, right? Because it's one of those things where they do this so many times. Like when I see the angle going up like so inclined like this, like it's not like it's doing this, right? This move is doing like this. This is pretty high, pretty fast. This red is expected. Like you gotta have some red in there, right? And then turn around and finish this high angle incline. What is it? Angle move, yeah. It's not like it's a 90-degree angle. This thing is like it's turning right around, right? Like from here, this is just going up pretty high, pretty fast. So, but very sneaky. Like again, just look at this. I know it's so many people clicked out right here and they're like, man, I'm finna keep my money for today. That's the fear of loss that they hit you with.
Yeah.
So even if you got the move right, they still got other moves in their arsenal to mess you up with stuff like this. Right? Like if you don't know what you're doing. And this is exactly why I say all the time, you just got to have your game plan before you get in a trade, because it helps you out so much more. Like for me to say that they're trying to bounce off this area here or this area here, and that's pretty much exactly where they did it at. I mean, I can't make this stuff up. Right? Like this is the area here and here. This is pretty much exactly where they bounced off of it. And they going higher still, right? What do you say? I'm finna end up closing this. We in the, okay, it's at 45. Once this closes above, oh, you know what? We won't be on here, so never mind. But once this closes above, I will then move this stop below my profit below. I mean, stop off.
I took a buy. Let's see.
Oh.
Same setup. Those big clusters at the low. Just retest them. Big. Oh, okay. Sorry, Michael.
No, you're totally fine. I just wanted to point that out.
All right, you're on stage. Oi, look at that.
So these big clusters here, we are still holding. Ooh, we are still holding those clusters. So we came back. I took it right here. You can see that. Oh, break even. So I saw this big candle into the demand, and then I have this confirmation candle. Took this previous week, close green, and then took the right. But the only thing, you can see it here, and that's why it will start ranging a little bit, or not. It will break. It's this one here. This candle. You see, this is the type of candle I trade. So we took this previous week with this week, come back, close red. So we are now between those sellers here and those buyers here.
Yeah.
So yes, let's see, but definitely let's go back just to check the delta. So let's start with 30 minutes. So same cluster, same retest of the cluster. This one here, 626. Just a quick. I want to take those highs right here, but it stopped me at break even. 5 minutes. There is no clear absorptions of, let's say, buyers. So we don't have much. Let's say there's some big cluster at the top of the candle. We don't have it much to sell, let's say, from here. So we have this big cluster that we are still holding. So yeah, that's one of the reasons I took the buy. Now I took 2 trades, let's say, from the same area, and I will wait now. I will not take the 3rd trade from the same area, even if I see something. So now we can see that's maybe it took this previous week high, close red, but we are still holding the support. For me, the only context that is different than, let's say, than before is like then if we are looking to, let's say, to the candlesticks, we took this previous week, closed red. Okay, you are expecting retracement, but when you check the delta, we have this big cluster here that's we are still holding, and there is no real absorption of the buyers, let's say, to go low. So let's wait and see how we will react from this. And if we go back again to the 30 minutes, it's right here in the middle. So to break this one, yes, we are retesting it. First retest or second is good, but if we came back again, retest it, who knows, maybe we're gonna break it. So yeah, what do you think, Michael, Sam?
Yeah, I think it's sound what you're saying. I would agree.
Yeah, you a master with those pinpointing that volume on the footprints with the candles. Seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. Very good, very good.
So for me to short now, like I need to see bigger number than this 600 on the top of green candles to take a small scalp short. So because for me, for what I see now is just average number. So maybe we will get, let's say, a little bit of a range before going more higher. But as it stands now, those big green clusters are still holding. So And that's why my first trade, the target of the first trade was exactly on the big cluster, because at least we're gonna get a reaction.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah. I switch a lot between footprints and charts. Sorry if I
No, it's the right way to do it. It's the right way to do it. The footprint alone, I mean, gives you a lot of information, but it completely messes up. Like I can't read the structure of the footprint. Do you know what I mean? When the footprint's there, like the structure of the market, I struggle to read it, and always need to look at the candlesticks to kind of get an idea of the structure.
Yeah.
Footprint is just too much information.
No, same.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'll put the footprint on my left monitor to just look at it on Trading View, and on my right screen I have like what I'm actually looking at with the candles. Yeah, I don't have to keep going back and forth. It don't like squinch my mind. I don't gotta move much. I'm kind of looking at it on both at the same time. But yeah, I couldn't imagine doing it without the candles. Like that's what I grew up on. Like
100%. Yeah. Can't replace candles.
Nah. But I do like how they work well, very, very, very well together. Like it's just, you get that picture and then you got that extra picture too, right? So
yeah,
together I think is awesome. And like I said, I don't do it every single time, but I'll say at least half the time, because I do know what I'm looking at in essence as the footprint. So I want that story to confirm the story I think I already have, basically.
Yeah. Oh,
it's true. Like the price action help you also to understand the context. For me, when I was trading just with the delta, I get a lot of headache, and sometimes I get lost.
Yeah.
So when you combine them both, you get an idea. You are not just clicking on because you saw big numbers or small numbers. So definitely a mix of both definitely help.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, let me just show real quick. Fine. So this is on the NQ.
The goats.
So if you look carefully, you'll see.
Is it a snake?
Yeah, I know you can get snake on your computer. How you get that?
I was looking through the different charting types, and I was like, "What is this? Is called Kagi. I have never heard of it. Never seen."
All I hear is do.
You remember, guys, this Nokia phone? There is a snake. Yeah.
But you know what? I mean, I can't see it. I don't understand it at all. But I'm guessing it's kind of like Heikinashi, I think it is, where it kind of just averages out. I don't know why it's all squiggly.
Yeah, that looks insane. You can't even see any wicks on there.
They got some crazy point and figure. This is like noughts and crosses. What's going on?
Yeah, that is insane.
You think there's traders who are using this?
There has to be, otherwise they wouldn't offer it, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm sure they're the most profitable traders we've ever seen. I'm sure of that.
Yeah,
you know what?
I guess because they don't trade with stop loss, maybe.
No.
Like, if you can figure out how to
these
trade.
are traders who want to play tic-tac-toe, but they just now getting into trading.
I don't know. Renko, I know what Renko is. Renko is pretty decent. But line break, got another one. Okay.
Now
so it kind of just it's kind of like candlesticks, but no wicks, I guess.
Yeah. Candlestick in 90s.
Quite interesting. Yeah, it looks like it's rendering on like an old school NES system or something.
Yeah, you said rendering. That's the exact word to use. Yeah. Like a very low pixel camera or something, like one of the first televisions.
Okay, yeah, but yeah, I mean, they got a lot of different different charting types. I mean, I've never actually played around with any of them. Time price, so that's like market profile. It's basically like volume profile. It just tells you the longest period of time the market's been at. So this is the longest period of time. But again, you use that on the volume profile. I never really understood the point of using either market profile or volume profile. They pretty much tell you the same thing. But one is time-based, the other's volume-based. But I don't know why that's like a separate chart, because it should really be more like an indicator, like the volume profile. But I don't know.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, it's weird that candlesticks are the one. Well, not weird, I guess, but it's the one that sticks. Do you know what I mean? The one that every trader pretty much uses. But if you like Heiken-Ashi, I mean, some people swear by it, right?
Yeah, people who can't hold their trades.
Well.
Some people who can't hold their trades will use this to like as training wheels or something.
I might switch to Heiken-Ashi. It will force me to hold.
I wasn't talking about
I'm the
you,
guy
Sam.
who would enter here. But it's true. I'm the guy who would enter here and get out here. Do you know what I mean? Like,
man. I'm telling you, I think I told you I had a homeboy who literally would take the trade and run out the door. He could not take it. He could not take it at all. His palms would get real sweaty, and I'm like, dude, what is wrong with you? I don't think you should be trading, man, because this stuff is unnatural. I don't think you should be going through that when you want to trade.
Yeah, no, I don't blame him. I cannot look away from the screen if I'm in the trade. Like, even just looking away for like a few seconds at something else, like one eye will literally be like in the corner staring at it.
It's true, and that's why me I don't like swing trading, because just I know myself. I can't leave a trade open and just go leave it open. Just I like to manage more. So
I just couldn't do it, man. It would be dangerous, because say I have to, I don't know, go out drive somewhere. It will be dangerous. I'll cause an accident because I'll be like looking at
I could already see you got your phone on your dock and you looking at your charts and driving.
Definitely not. Never swing trade, because it's dangerous.
Just cannot hang on to it.
What we have tomorrow in terms of the calendar? Do we have any red folders?
Yeah, I think tomorrow we got some late news, I want to say, because I thought it was Tuesday and Thursday.
Okay, so
yeah,
PPI 830,
unemployment claims. Oh, and Jerome Powell speaks as well.
Yeah, see, this is fine for me because that's at 8:30 and then at 8:40. That's fine, because as long as it's before 9 a.m. Yeah. Oh, see, look. Oh, yeah. Okay. So no, I was wrong. Friday we got news at 10, but tomorrow we're clear for the most part. So yeah, that 9 o'clock candle for me is decision making time. So as long as it's before that, 8:30, 8:40, I'm totally fine with that.
Same. When we have pre-market red folder news, the market tends to take one direction, at least for the first 1 hour. So maybe I will be looking tomorrow to hold a little bit more to see. Yeah,
I agree.
Remember, I pointed out this GJ. Hopefully tomorrow GJ attempts to set up or something, and it closes right at that point, and we'll be all over it.
Absolutely. Yeah, it should be a good day. Hopefully, we'll come back with smiles on our faces.
Yes.
And,
I'm gonna get some lights like you, Sam. That's my next thing.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I don't know if they have Amazon in Mexico, but if they do,
yeah, we got Amazon Mexico.
There you go. Yeah. Hop on, click a few buttons, and it will magically appear on your doorstep.
Michael, we should change the background.
I need to do something. Huh? I need to get
some
mine
lights.
Like
Me, I have this here.
Yeah, you need to get some motivational quotes in the background, Aymane. Michael, you need some LED lights. We're gonna up our game here.
Then we good to go.
Well, guys, that is time.
Yeah.
Great session as always. I think we're on tomorrow at the same time. So yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. And to everyone watching as well, thank you for watching. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Sweet. Sounds good. All right, guys. Take it easy, Robert.
Michael,
Sam.
thank you.
Take it easy.
Take you out tomorrow, man.